Herbal Simples approved for modern uses of cure by William Thomas Fernie. It may happen that one or another inquirer taking up this book will ask, to begin with, what is a herbal simple? The English word simple, composed of two Latin words, singula plica, means singleness, whether of material or purpose. From primitive times, the term herbal simple has been applied to any homely curative remedy consisting of one ingredient only, and that of a vegetable nature. Many such a native medicine found favor and success with our single, minded forefathers, this being the reverent simplicity of ancienter times. In our own nursery days, as we now fondly remember, it was Simple Simon met a pieman going to the fair, said Simple Simon to the pieman, "Let me taste your ware." That ingenuous youth had but one idea, connected simply with his stomach, and his sole thought was how to devour the contents of the pieman's tin. We venture to hope our readers may be equally eager to stock their minds with the sound knowledge of herbal simples which this modest manual seeks to provide for their use. Healing by herbs has always been popular both with the classic nations of old and with the British Islanders of more recent times. 260 years before the date of Hippocrates, 460 BC, the prophet Isaiah bade King Hezekiah, when sick unto death, take a lump of figs and lay it on the boil, and straightway the king recovered. Apis, the favorite pupil of Apollo, was offered endowments of skill in augury, music, or archery, but he preferred to acquire a knowledge of herbs for service and cure in sickness, and, armed with this knowledge, he saved the life of Aeneas when grievously wounded by an arrow. He averted the hero's death by applying the plant dittany, smooth of leaf and purple of blossom, as plucked on the mountain Ida. It is told in Malvern Chase that Mary of Heldersfield, whom some called a witch, famous for her knowledge of herbs and medicaments, descending the hill from her hut, with a small phial of oil, and a bunch of the Daneward, speedily enabled Lord Edward of March, who had just then heavily sprained his knee, to avoid danger by mounting Roan Roland freed from pain, as it were by magic, through the plant, rubbing which Mary administered. In Shakespeare's time there was a London street named Bucklersbury, noted for its number of druggists who sold simples and sweet-smelling herbs. We read, in The Merry Wives of Windsor, that Sir John Falstaff flouted the effeminate fops of his day as lisping hawthorn buds that smell like Bucklersbury in simple time. Various British herbalists have produced works, more or less learned and voluminous, about our native medicinal plants, but no author has hitherto radically explained the why and wherefore of their ultimate curative action. In common with their early predecessors, these several writers have recognized the healing virtues of the herbs, but have failed to explore the chemical principles on which such virtues depend. Some have attributed the herbal properties to the planets which rule their growth. Others have associated the remedial herbs with certain cognate colors, ordaining red flowers for disorders of the blood and yellow for those of the liver. The exorcised demon of jaundice, says Conway, was consigned to yellow parrots, that of inflammatory disease to scarlet or red weeds. Again, other herbalists have selected their healing plants on the doctrine of allied signatures, choosing, for instance, the viper's bugloss as effectual against venomous bites, because of its resembling a snake, and the sweet little English eyebright, which shows a dark pupil in the center white ocular corolla, as of signal benefit for inflamed eyes. Thus it has continued to happen that until the last half-century herbal physic has remained only speculative and experimental, instead of gaining a solid foothold in the field of medical science. Its claims have been merely empirical, and its curative methods those of a blind art or sword. I know not what, be not slow to cure with herbs, which where I do not know, place them. Well pound, I know not how, and then you shall be perfect whole, I know not when. Happily nowadays, as our French neighbors would say, nous avons changed tout cela. Old things are passed away, behold all things are become new. Herbal simples stand today safely determined on sure ground by the help of the accurate chemist. They hold their own with the best, and rank high for homely cures, because of their proved constituents. Their manifest healing virtues are shown to depend on medicinal elements plainly disclosed by analysis. Henceforward, the curtain of oblivion must fall on cordial waters distilled mechanically from sweet herbs, and on electuaries artlessly compounded of seeds and roots by a Lady Monmouth, or a Countess of Arundel, as in the Stuart and Tudor times. Our Herbal Simples are fairly entitled at last to independent promotion from the shelves of the amateur still room, from the rustic ventures of the village grandin, and from the shallow practices of self-styled botanical doctors in the back streets of our cities. I do remember an apothecary, and hereabouts he dwells, whom late I noted in tattered weeds, with overwhelming brows, culling of simples, meag were his looks, and in his needy shop a tortoise hung, an alligator stuffed, and other skins of ill, shap fishes, and about his shelves a beggarly account of empty boxes, green earthen pots, bladders, and musty seeds, remnants of packed thread, and old cakes of roses were thinly scattered to make up a show. Chemically assured, therefore, of the sterling curative powers which our Herbal Simples possess, and anxious to expound them with a competent pen, the present author approaches his task with a zealous purpose, taking as his pattern, from the Comus of Milton, a certain shepherd lad of small regard to seed, yet well skilled in every virtuous plant and healing herb, he would beg me sing, which, when I did, he on the tender grass would sit, and hearken even to constancy, and in requital ope his leathern scrip, and show me simples of 1,000 names, telling their strange and vigorous faculties. Shakespeare said, 3 centuries ago, throw physic to the dogs. But prior to him, one Dr. Key, self-styled Caius, had written the Latin tongue Jepta Tempora Henry Vu, a medical history of the British Canadian race. His book became popular, though abounding in false concords, insomuch that from then until now medical classics have been held by scholars in poor repute for grammar and sound construction, notwithstanding which risk many a passage is quoted here of ancient herbal lore in the past tongues of Greece, Rome, and the Gauls. It is fondly hoped that the apt lines, thus borrowed from old faultless sources, will escape reproach for a defective modern rendering in dog Latin, mongrel Greek, or the French of Stratford ad Bow. Lastly, quaint old Fuller shall lend an appropriate epilogue. I stand ready, said he, with a pencil in one hand and a sponge in the other, to add, alter, insert, efface, enlarge, and delete according to better information. And if these my pains shall be found worthy to pass a second impression, my faults I will confess with shame, and amend with thankfulness, to such as will contribute clearer intelligence unto me. On its first reading, a bill drafted in Parliament meets with acquiescence from the House on both sides, mainly because its merits and demerits are to be more deliberately questioned when it comes up again in the future. For a second closer reading, meanwhile, its faults can be amended, and its omissions supplied, fresh clauses can be introduced, and the whole scheme of the bill can be better adapted to the spirit of the House inferred from its first reception. In somewhat similar fashion, the second edition of Herbal Simples is now submitted to a parliament of readers with the belief that its ultimate success, or failure of purpose, is to depend on its present revised contents and the amplified scope of its chapters. The criticism which public journalists, not a few, thought proper to pass on its first edition have been attentively considered herein. It is true their comments were in some cases so conflicting as to be difficult of practical appliance. The fabled old man and his ass stand always in traditional warning against futile attempts to satisfy inconsistent objectors, or to carry into effect suggestions made by irreconcilable censors. Quod homines, tot sententio, is an adage signally verified when a fresh venture is made on the waters of chartered opinion. How shall the perplexed navigator steer his course when monitors in office accuse him on the one hand of lax precision throughout, and belaud him on the other for careful observance of detail? Or how shall he trim his sails when a contemptuous standard-bearer, strangely uninformed on the point, ignores, as a leader of any repute, one Gerard, a former famous captain of the herbal fleet? With the would-be spectator's lament that Gerard's graphic drawings are regrettably wanting here, the author is fain to concur. He feels that the absence of appropriate cuts to depict the various herbs is quite a deficiency, but the hope is inspired that a still future edition may serve to supply this need. Certain botanical mistakes pointed out with authority by the Pharmaceutical Journal have here been duly corrected, and as many as 50 additional simples will be found described in the present, enlarged edition. At the same time, a higher claim than hitherto made for the paramount importance of the whole subject is now courageously advanced. To all who accept as literal truth the scriptural account of the Garden of Eden, it must be evident how intimately man's welfare from the first was made to depend on his uses of trees and herbs. The labor of earning his bread in the sweat of his brow, by tilling the ground and the penalty of thistles produced thereupon, were alike incurred by Eve's disobedience in plucking the forbidden fruit, and a signified possibility of man's eventful share in the tree of life, to put forth his hand, and eat, and live forever, has been more than vaguely revealed, so that with almost a sacred mission, and with an exalted motive of supreme usefulness, this manual of healing herbs is published anew, to reach, it is hoped, and to rescue many an ailing mortal. Against its main principle and objection has been speciously raised, which at first sight appears of subversive weight, though, when further examined, it is found to be clearly fallacious. By an able but carping critic it was alleged that the mere chemical analysis of old-fashioned herbal simples makes their medicinal actions no less empirical than before, and that a pedantic knowledge of their constituent parts, invested with fine technical names, gives them no more scientific a position than that which our fathers understood. But taking, for instance, the herb rue, which was formerly brought into court to protect and the bench from gall fever and other infectious disease, no one knew at the time by what particular virtue the rue could exercise this salutary power. But more recent research has taught that the essential oil contained in this and other allied aromatic herbs, such as elecampane, rosemary, and cinnamon, serves by its germicidal principles, stearoptins, methyl ethers, and camphors, to extinguish bacterial life which underlies all contagion. In a parallel way, the antiseptic diffusible oils of pine, peppermint, and thyme are likewise employed with marked success for inhalation into the lungs by consumptive patients. Their volatile vapors reach remote parts of the diseased air passages and heal by destroying the morbid germs which perpetuate mischief therein. It need scarcely be said the very existence of these causative microbes, much less any mode of cure by their abolishment, was quite unknown to former herbal simplers. Again, in past times a large number of our native plants acquired a well-deserved, but purely empirical celebrity for curing scrofula and scurvy. But later discovery has shown that each of these several herbs contains lime and earthy salts in a subtle form of high natural subdivision, whilst, at the same time, the law of cure by medicinal similars has established the cognate fact that to those who inherit a strumous taint, infinitesimal doses of these earth salts are incontestably curative. The parents had first undergone a gradual impairment of health because of calcareous matters to excess in their general conditions of sustenance, and the lime proves potent to cure in the offspring what, through the parental surfeit, was entailed as a heritage of disease. Just in the same way, the mineral waters of Missisquoi and Bethesda in America, through containing silicious qualities so sublimated as almost to defy the analyst, are effective to cure cancer, albuminuria, and other organic complaints. Nor is this by any means a new policy of cure. Its barbaric practice has long since obtained, even in African wilds, where the native snake doctor inoculates with his prepared snake poison to save the life of a victim otherwise fatally bitten by another snake of the same deadly virus. To Ovid of Roman fame in 20 BC. The same sanative axiom was also indisputably known as we learned from his lines. Tunc observatus augur descended in herbis, usus et auxilio est anguis of angudato. Then searched the augur low mid grass, close scanned for snake to heal a snake, envenomed hand. And with equal cogency other arguments, which are manifold, might be readily adduced as of congruous force, is to vindicate our claim in favor of analytical knowledge over blind experience and methods of herbal cure, especially if this be pursued on the broad lines of enlightened practice by similars. So now, to be brief, and to change our allegory on the banks of the Nile, as Mrs. Malaprop would have pervertingly put it, with a nice derangement of epitaphs, we invite our many guests to a simple dinner of herbs. Such was man's primitive food in paradise, every green herb bearing seed, and every tree in the which is the fruit of a tree yielding seed, the green herb for meat for every beast of the earth, and every fowl of the air. What better preface can we indite than a grace to be said before sitting down to the meal? Salads, it is hoped, will be found in the lines to make the matter savory. Far be it from our object to preach a prelude of texts, or to weary those at our board eye with a meaningless long benediction. "'Tis not so plain as the old hill of Howth," said tender, hearted witty Tom Hood with serio comic truth, a man has got his belly full of meat, because he talks with victuals in his mouth. Rather would we choose the russet yeas, and honest Kersey knows of sturdy yeoman speech, and cheerfully taking the head of our well-stocked table, ask in homely terms that God will bless these the good creatures of his herbal simples to our saving uses, and us to his grateful service. The art of simpling is as old with us as our British hills. It aims at curing common ailments with simple remedies culled from the soil or got from home resources near at hand. Since the days of the Anglo-Saxons, such remedies have been chiefly herbal, insomuch that the word drug came originally from their verb dreigen, to dry, as applied to medicinal plants. These primitive simplers were guided in their choice of herbs partly by watching animals who sought them out for self-cure, and partly by discovering for themselves the sensible properties of the plants as revealed by their odor and taste, also by their supposed resemblance to those diseases which nature meant them to heal. John Evelyn relates in his Assateria that one Signor Facinto, physician to Queen Anne, and mother to the beloved martyr Charles I, and formerly physician to one of the popes, observing scurvy and dropsy to be the epidemical and dominant diseases of this nation, went himself into the hundreds of Essex, reputed the most unhealthy county of this island, and used to follow the sheep and cattle on purpose to observe what plants they chiefly fed upon. And of these simples he composed an excellent electuary of marvelous effects against these same obnoxious infirmities. Also, in like manner, it was noticed by others that the dog, if out of condition, would seek for certain grasses of an emetic or purgative sort. Sheep and cows, when ill, would devour curative plants. An animal suffering from rheumatism would remain as much as it could in the sunshine, and creatures infested by parasites would roll themselves frequently in the dust. Again, William Coles, in his Nature's Paradise, or Art of Simpling, wrote thus: though sin and Satan have plunged mankind into an ocean of infirmities, yet the mercy of God, which is over all his works, maketh grass to grow upon the mountains, and herbs for the use of men, and hath not only stamped upon them a distinct form, but also given them particular signatures, whereby a man may read even in legible characters the use of them. The present manual of our native herbal simples seeks rather to justify their uses on the sound basis of accurate chemical analysis and precise elementary research. Hitherto medicinal herbs have come down to us from early times as possessing only a traditional value, and as exercising merely empirical effects. Their selection has been commended solely by a shrewd discernment, and by the practice of successive centuries. But today a closer analysis in the laboratory, and skilled provings by experts have resolved the several plants into their component parts, and have chemically determined the medicinal nature of these parts, both singly and collectively, so that the study and practice of curative British herbs may now fairly take rank as an exact science, and may command the full confidence of the sick for supplying trustworthy aid and succor in their times of bodily need. Scientific reasons which are self-convincing may be readily adduced for prescribing all our best-known native herbal medicines. Among them the elder, parsley, peppermint, and watercress may be taken as familiar examples of this leading fact. Almost from time immemorial, in England a rob made from the juice of elderberries, simmered and thickened with sugar, or mulled elder wine concocted from the fruit, with raisins, sugar, and spices, has been a popular remedy in this country, if taken hot at bedtime for a recent cold or for a sore throat. But only of late has chemistry explained that elderberries furnish ferburic acid, which induces sweating, and is specially curative of inflammatory bronchial soreness. So likewise parsley, besides being a favorite pot herb and a garnish for cold meats, has been long popular in rural districts as a tea for catarrh of the bladder or kidneys, whilst the bruised leaves have been extolled as a poultice for swellings and open sores. At the same time, a saying about the herb has commonly prevailed that it brings death to men and salvation to women. Not, however, until recently has it been learnt that the sweet, smelling plant yields what chemists call apiol, or parsley camphor, which, when given in moderation, exercises a quieting influence on the main sensific centers of life, the head and the spine. Thereby any feverish irritability of the urinary organs inflicted by cold or other nervous shock would be subordinately allayed. Thus likewise the parsley, camphor, whilst serving, when applied externally, to usefully stimulate indolent wounds proves especially beneficial for female irregularities of the womb. as was first shown by certain French doctors in 1849. Again, with respect to peppermint, its cordial water, or its lozenges taken as a confection, have been popular from the days of our grandmothers for the relief of colic in the bowels, or for the stomach ache of flatulent indigestion. But this practice has obtained simply because the pungent herb was found to diffuse grateful aromatic warmth within the stomach and bowels, whilst promoting the expulsion of wind, whereas we now know that an active principle menthol contained in the plant, and which may be extracted from it as a camphoraceous oil, possesses in a marked degree antiseptic and sedative properties which are chemically hostile to putrescence and preventive of dyspeptic fermentation. Lastly, the watercress has for many years held credit with the common people for curing scurvy and its allied ailments, while its juices have been further esteemed as of especial use in arresting tubercular consumption of the lungs. And yet it has remained for recent analysis to show that the watercress is chemically rich in antiscorbutic salts, which tend to destroy the germs of tubercular disease, and which strike at the root of scurvy generally. These salts and remedial principles are sulfur iodine, potash, phosphatic earths, and a particular volatile essential oil known as sulfocyanide of alum, which is almost identical with the essential oil of white mustard. Moreover, many of the chief herbal simples indigenous to Great Britain are further entitled for a still stronger reason to the fullest confidence of both doctor and patient. It has been found that when taken experimentally in varying quantities by healthy provers, many single medicines will produce symptoms precisely according with those of definite recognized maladies. And the same herbs, if administered curatively, in doses sufficiently small to avoid producing their toxical effects, will speedily and surely restore the patient to health by dispelling the said maladies. The good instances of such homologous cures are afforded by the common buttercup, the wild pansy, and the sundew of our boggy marshes. It is widely known that the field buttercup, when pulled from the ground and carried in the palm of the hand, will redden and inflame the skin by the acrimony of its juices. Or, if the bruised leaves are applied to any part, they will excite a blistering of the outer cuticle with a discharge of watery fluid from numerous small vesicles, whilst the tissues beneath become red, hot, and swollen, and these combined symptoms precisely represent shingles, a painful skin disease given to arise from a depraved state of the bodily system, from a faulty supply of nervous force. These shingles appear as a crop of sore angry blisters, which commonly surround the walls of the chest either in part or entirely, and modern medicine teaches that a medicinal tincture of the buttercup, if taken in small doses and applied, will promptly and effectively cure the same troublesome ailment, whilst it will further serve to banish a neuralgic or rheumatic stitch occurring in the side from any other cause. And so, with respect to the wild pansies of Viola tricolor, we read in Hahnemann's commentary on the proved plant, the pansy violet excites certain cutaneous eruptions about the head and face, a hard thick scab being formed, which is cracked here and there, and from which a tenacious yellow matter exudes, and hardens into a substance like gum. This is an accurate picture of the diseased state seen often affecting the scalp of unhealthy children, as milk crust, or, when aggravated, as a disfiguring eczema, and concerning the same drive hues of Brighton, in his authoritative modern treatise, says, I have rarely needed any other medicine than the Viola tricolor for curing milk crust, which is the plague of children, and I have given it in the adult for recent impetigo, with very satisfactory results. Finally, the sundew Drosera rotundifolia, which is a common little plant growing on our bogs and marshy places, is found to act in the same double fashion of cause, or cure according to the quantity taken or administered. Farmers well know that this small herb, when devoured by sheep in their pasturage, will bring about a violent chronic cough. With waste of substance, whilst the sundew, when given experimentally to cats, has been found to stud the surface of their lungs with morbid tubercular matter, though this is a form of disease to which cats are not otherwise liable. In like manner, healthy human provers have become hoarse of voice through taking the plant, and troubled with a severe cough, accompanied with the expectoration of abundant yellow mucus, just as in tubercular mischief beginning at the windpipe. Meantime, it has been well demonstrated, as by drive curing, and others, that at the onset of pulmonary consumption in the human subject a cure may nearly always be brought about, or the symptoms materially improved, by giving the tincture of sundew throughout several weeks, from 4 to 20 drops in 24 hours. And it has further become an established fact that the same tincture will serve with remarkable success to allay the troublesome spasms of whooping cough in its second stage, if given in small doses, repeated several times a day. From these several examples, therefore, which are easy to be understood, we may fairly conclude that positive remedial actions are equally exercised by other herbal simples, both because of their chemical constituents and by reason of their curing in many cases according to the known law of medicinal correspondence. Until of late, no such an assured position could be rightly claimed by our native herbs, though pretensions in their favor have been widely popular since early English times. Indeed, herbal physic has engaged the attention of many authors from the primitive days of Dioscorides A.D. to those of Elizabeth of Gerard, whose exhaustive and delightful volume, published in 1587, has remained ever since in paramount favor with the English people. Its quaint, fascinating style and its queer astrological notions, together with its admirable woodcuts of the plants described, have combined to make this comprehensive herbal a standing favorite even to the present day. Gerard had a large physic garden near his house in Old Bourne, and there is in the British Museum a letter drawn up by his hand asking Lord Burghley, his patron, to advise the establishment by the University of Cambridge in their grounds of a simpling herbarium. Nevertheless, we are now told that Gerard's ponderous book is little more than a translation of Dodonimus, from which comparatively unread author whole chapters have been taken verbatim without acknowledgement. No English work on herbs and plants is met with prior to the 16th century. In 1550, 2 all books on astronomy and geography were ordered to be destroyed because supposed to be infected with magic, and it is more than probable that any publications extant at that time on the virtues of herbs underwent the same fate, in like manner King Hezekiah long ago, fearing lest the herbals of Solomon should come into profane hands, caused them to be burned, as we learn from that loyal and godly herbalist, Robert Turner. During the reigns of Edward VI and Mary, drive William Bullion ranked high as a physician and botanist. He wrote the first Book of Simples, which remains among the most interesting literary productions of that era as a record of his acuteness and learning. It advocates the exclusive employment of our native herbal medicines. Again, Nicholas Culper, student in physic, whose name is still a household word with many a plain-thinking English person, published in 1652 for the benefit of the Commonwealth. His complete method, whereby a man may cure himself being sick for 3d charge, with such things only as grow in England, they being most fit for English bodies. Likewise, in 1690, 6th the Honorable Richard Boyle, F.R.S., published a collection of choice, safe, and simple English remedies, easily prepared, very useful in families, and fitted for the service of country people. Once more, the noted John Wesley gave to the world in 1760 9 an admirable little treatise on primitive physic, or an easy and natural method for curing most diseases, the medicines on which he chiefly relied being our native plants. For asthma, he advised the sufferer to live a fortnight on boiled carrots only. For baldness, to wash the head with a decoction of boxwood. For blood, spitting to drink the juice of nettles. For an open cancer, to take freely of clivers or goosegrass, whilst covering the sore with the bruised leaves of this herb. And for an ague, to swallow at stated times 6 middling pills of cobweb. In Wesley's day, tradition only, with shrewd guesses and close observation, led him to prescribe these remedies. But now we have learnt by patient chemical research that the wild carrot possesses a particular volatile oil, which promotes copious expectoration for the relief of asthmatic cough, that the nettle is endowed in its stinging hairs with formic acid, which avails to arrest bleeding, that boxwood yields buxin, a specific stimulant to those nerves of supply which command the hair bulbs, that goosegrass or clavers is of astringent benefit in cancer, because of its tannic, citric, and rubichloric acids, and that the spider's web is of real curative value in ague, because it affords an albuminous principle allied to an isomeric with quinine. Long before this middle era in medicine, during quite primitive British times, the name and office of leeches were familiar to the people as the first doctors of physic, and their parabilia or accessibles were words from the field and the garden, so that when the Saxons obtained possession of Britain, they found it already cultivated and improved by what the Romans knew of agriculture and of vegetable productions. Hence it had happened that rue, hyssop, fennel, mustard, elecampane, southernwood, celandine, radish, cumin, onion, lupin, chervil, fleur-de-luce, flax, rosemary, savory, lovage, parsley, coriander, alexanders, or elusitrum, the black pot herb, savin, and other useful herbs were already of common growth for kitchen uses or for medicinal purposes. And as a remarkable incidental fact, antiquity has bequeathed to us the legend that goats were always exceptionally wise in the choice of these wholesome herbs, that they are, indeed, the herbalists among quadrupeds and known to be cunning in simples, from which notion has grown the idea that they are physicians among their kind, and that their odor is wholesome to the animals of the farmyard generally. So that in deference, unknowingly, to this superstition, it still happens that a single nanny or a Betty is freakishly maintained in many a modern farmyard, living at ease, rather than put to any real use, or kept for any particular purpose of service. But in case of stables on fire, he or she will face the flames to make good an escape, and then the horses will follow. It was through chewing the beans of Mocha, and becoming stupefied thereby, that unsuspicious goats first drew the attention of Mohammedan monks to the wonderful properties of the coffin bearer. Next, coming down to the first part of the present century, we find that purveyors of medicinal and savory herbs then wandered over the whole of England in quest of such useful simples as were in constant demand at most houses for the medicine chest, the store closet, or the toilet table. These rustic practitioners of the healing art were known as green men, who carried with them their portable apparatus for distilling essences and for preparing their herbal extracts. In token of their having formerly officiated in this capacity, there may yet be seen in London and elsewhere about the country taverns bearing the curious sign of the Green Man still. It is told of a certain French writer not long since that whilst complacently describing our British manners customs, he gravely translated this legend of the Intel Elhamburg in tranquil. Passing on finally to our own times at the close of the 19th century, we are able nowadays, as has been already said, to avail ourselves of precise chemical research by apparatus far in advance of the untutored herbalist still. He prepared his medicaments and his fragrant essences merely as a mechanical art, and without pretending to fathom their method of physical action. But the skilled expert of today resolves his herbal simples into their ultimate elements by exact analysis in the laboratory, and has learnt to attach its proper medicinal virtue to each of these curative principles. It has thus come about that herbal physic under competent guidance, if pursued with intelligent care, is at length a reliable science of fixed methods, and crowned with sure results. Moreover, in this happy way is at last vindicated the infinite superiority felt instinctively by our forefathers of home-grown herbs over foreign and far-fetched drugs, a superiority long since expressed by Ovid with classic felicity in the passage, Aetas kai facimus aurea nomen, fructibus arbudius, et humus quas educate herbis fortunata food, a metamorphos, lib, ex via, happy the age, to which we moderns give the name of golden, when men chose to live on woodland fruits, and for their medicines took herbs from the field, and simples from the brook, or, as epitomized in the time-worn Latin adage, quae potus mederi simplicibus frustra quaerit composita, if simple herbs suffice to cure, eat is vain to compound drugs endure. In the following pages, our leading herbal simples are reviewed alphabetically, whilst, to ensure accuracy, the genus and species of each plant are particularized. Most of these herbs may be gathered fresh in their proper season by persons who have acquired a knowledge of their parts, and who live in districts where such plants are to be found growing, and to other persons who inhabit towns, or who have no practical acquaintance with botany. Great facilities are now given by our principal druggists for obtaining from their stores concentrated, fresh juices of the chief herbal simples. Again, certain preparations of plants used only for their specific curative methods are to be got exclusively from the homeopathic chemist, unless gathered at first hand. These, not being officinal, fail to find a place on the shelves of the ordinary pharmaceutical druggist. Nevertheless, when suitably employed, they are of singular efficacy in curing the maladies to which they stand akin by the law of similars. For convenience of distinction here, the symbol H will follow such particular preparations, which number in all some 70, 5 of the simples described. At the same time, any of the more common extracts, juices, and tinctures may be readily purchased at the shop of every leading druggist. It has not been thought expedient to include among the simples for homely uses of cure such powerfully poisonous plants as monkshade flaconite, deadly nightshade, belladonna, foxglove, faux digitalis, hemlock or henbane, and the like dangerous herbs, these being beyond the province of domestic medicine, whilst only to be administered under the advice and guidance of a qualified prescriber. The chief purpose held in view has been to reconsider those safe and sound herbal curative remedies and medicines which were formerly most in vogue as homely simples, whether to be taken or to be outwardly applied. And the main object has been to show with what confidence their uses may be now resumed, or retained under the guidance of modern chemical teachings, and of precise scientific provings. This question equally applies, whether the simples be employed as auxiliaries by the physician in attendance, or are welcomed for prompt service in a household emergency as ready at hand when the doctor cannot be immediately had. Moreover, such a manual as the present of approved herbal remedies need not by any means be disparaged by the busy practitioner, when his customary medicines seem to be out of place, or are beyond speedy reach, it being well known that a sick person is always ready to accept with eagerness plain assistant remedies sensibly advised from the garden, the store closet, the spice box, or the field. Of simple medicines, and their powers to cure, a wise physician makes his knowledge sure, else ere the household in his healing art he stands ill, fitted to take useful part. So said Oribossus as long ago as the 4th century, in classic terms prophetic of later times. Simplicium medicamentorum et facultatem quo in ease insant cognitio ita necessaria est et sine nemo right medicare quid. But after all has been said and done, none the less must it be finally acknowledged in the pathetic utterance of King Alfred's Anglo-Saxon proverb, is no word wuxen on wood neon felt, per in your mage be lif upholden. No word is waxen in wood or wool, which may forever man's life uphold, neither to be discovered in the quaint herbals of primitive times, nor to be learnt by the advanced chemical knowledge of modern plant lore. Is there any panacea for all the ills to which our flesh is here, or an elixir of life, which can secure for us a perpetual immunity from sickness? Contra vim mortis nullum medicamentum in hortis, says the rueful Latin distich, no healing herb can conquer death, and so for always give us breath. To sum up which humiliating conclusion good George Herbert has put the matter thus with epigrammatic conciseness: St. Luke was a saint and a physician, yet he is dead. But none the less bravely we may still take comfort each in his mortal frailty, because of the hopeful promise preached to men long since by the son of Sirach. A faithful friend is the medicine of life, they that fear the Lord shall find him. A coaren. This is the well-known fruit of our British oak, to which tree it gives the name Ike or Eek, oak. The acorn was esteemed by Dioscorides and other old authors for its supposed medicinal virtues. As an article of food, it is not known to have been habitually used at any time by the inhabitants of Britain, though acorns furnished the chief support of the large herds of swine on which our forefathers subsisted. The right of maintaining these swine in the woods was called pannage, and formed a valuable property. The earliest inhabitants of Greece and southern Europe, who lived in the primeval forests, were supported almost wholly on the fruit of the oak. They were described by classic authors as fat of person, and were called balanophagi, acorn eaters. During the great dearth of 1709, the French were driven to eat bread of acorns steeped in water to destroy the bitterness, and they suffered therefrom injurious effects, such as obstinate constipation or destructive cholera. It is worth serious notice medically that in years remarkable for a large yield of acorns, disastrous losses have occurred among young cattle from outbreaks of acorn poisoning or the acorn disease. Those up to 2 years old suffered most severely, but sheep, pigs, and deer were not affected by this acorn malady. Its symptoms are progressive wasting, loss of appetite, diarrhea, sore places inside the mouth, discharge from the eyes and nostrils, excretion of much pale urine, and no fever, but a fall of temperature below the normal standard. Having regard to which train of symptoms it is fair to suppose the acorn will afford in the human subject a useful specific medicine for the marasmus. or wasting atrophy of young children who are scrofulous. The fruit should be given in the form of a tincture, or vegetable extract, or even aid mixed sparingly with wheaten flour and bread. The dose should fall short of producing any of the above symptoms, and the remedy should be steadily pursued for many weeks. The tincture should be made of saturated strength with spirit of wine on the bruised acorns, to stand for a fortnight before being decanted. Then the dose will be from 20 to 30 drops with water 3 or 4 times a day. The acorn contains chemically starch, fixed oil, citric acid, uncrystallizable sugar, and another special sugar called quercet. Acorns, when roasted and powdered, have been sometimes employed as a fair substitute for coffee. By distillation they will yield an ardent spirit. Drive Burnett strongly commends a distilled spirit of acorns as an antidote to the effects of alcohol, where the spleen and kidneys have already suffered with induced dropsy. It acts on the principle of similars, 10 drops being given 3 times a day in water. In certain parts of Europe, it is customary to place acorns in the hands of the newly dead, whilst in other districts an apple is put into the palm of a child when lying in its little coffin. The bark of an oak tree and the galls or apples produced on its leaves or twigs by an insect named cynips are very astringent by reason of the gallo-tannic acid which they furnish abundantly. This acid, given as a drug, or the strong decoction of oak bark which contains it, will serve to restrain bleedings if taken internally, and finely powdered oak bark, when inhaled pretty frequently, has proved very beneficial against consumption of the lungs in its early stages. Working tanners are well known to be particularly exempt from this disease, probably through their constantly inhaling the peculiar aroma given off from the tan pits. And a like effect may be produced by using as snuff the fresh oak bark dried and reduced to an impalpable powder, or by inhaling day after day the steam given off from recent oak bark infused in boiling water. Marble galls are formed on the back of young twigs, artichoke galls at their extremities, and currant galls by spangles on the undersurface of the leaves. From these spangles females presently emerge, and lay their eggs on the catkins, giving rise to the round shining currant galls. The oak, Quercus robur, is so named from the Celtic word beautiful and que as a tree. Druss, another Celtic word for tree, and particularly for the oak, gave rise to the terms dryads and druids. Among the Greeks and Romans, a chaplet of oak was one of the highest honors which could be conferred on a citizen. Ancient oaks exist in several parts of England, which are traditionally called gospel oaks, because it was the practice in times long past, when beating the bounds of a parish, to read a portion of the gospel on Ascension Day beneath an oak tree which was growing on the boundary line of the district. Cross oaks were planted at the juncture of crossroads, so that persons suffering from ague might peg a lock of their hair into the trunks, and by wrenching themselves away might leave the hair and the malady in the tree together. A strong decoction of oak bark is most usefully applied for prolapse of the lower bowel. Oak Apple Day on May 29th is called in Hampshire Shikshack Day. Giramo why? The agrimony is a simple well known to all country folk, and abundant throughout England in the fields and woods, as a popular domestic medicinal herb. It belongs to the rose order of plants, and blossoms from June to September with small yellow flowers, which sit close along slender spikes a foot high, smelling like apricots, and called by the rustics church steeples. Botanically, it bears the names Agrimonia eupatoria, of which the first is derived from the Greek, and means shining, because the herb is thought to cure cataract of the eye, and the second bears reference to the liver, as indicating the use of this plant for curing diseases of that organ. Chemists have determined that the agrimony possesses a particular volatile oil and yields nearly 5% of tannin, so that its use in the cottage for gargles and as an astringent application to indolent wounds is well justified. The herb does not seem really to own any qualities for acting medicinally on the liver. More probably the yellow color of its flowers, which, with the root, furnish a dye of a bright nankeen hue, has given it a reputation in bilious disorders, according to the doctrine of signatures, because the bile is also yellow. Nevertheless, Gerard says, a decoction of the leaves is good for them that have naughty livers. By pouring a pint of boiling water on a handful of the plant, stems, flowers, and leaves, an excellent gargle may be made for a relaxed throat, and a teacupful of the same infusion may be taken cold 3 or 4 times in the day for simple looseness of the bowels, also for passive losses of blood. In France, agrimony tea is drank as a beverage at table. This herb formed an ingredient of the genuine arquebusade water, as prepared against wounds inflicted by an arquebus, or hand gun, and it was mentioned by Philip de Comines in his account of the Battle of Morat, 1476. When the yeomen of the Guard were first formed in England, 1485, half were armed with bows and arrows, whilst the other half carried arquebuses. In France, the eau d'arquebusade is still applied for sprains and bruises, being carefully made from many aromatic herbs. Agrimony was at one time included in the London Materia Medica as a vulnerary herb. It bears the title of cockleburn, or sticklewood, because its seed vessels cling by the hooked ends of their stiff hairs to any person or animal coming into contact with the plant. A strong decoction of the root and leaves, sweetened with honey, has been taken successfully to cure scrofulous sores, being administered 2 or 3 times a day in doses of a wineglassful persistently for several months. Perhaps the special volatile oil of the plant, in common with that contained in other herbs similarly aromatic, is curatively antiseptic. Pliny called it a herb of princely authority. The hemp agrimony, or St. John's herb, belongs to the composite order of plants, and grows on the margins of brooks, having hemp, like leaves, which are bitter of taste and pungent of smell, as if it were an umbelliferous herb. Because of these hempen leaves it was formerly called holy rope, being thus named after the rope with which Jesus was bound. They contain a volatile oil, which acts on the kidneys, likewise some tannin, and a bitter chemical principle, which will cut short the chill of intermittent fever, or perhaps prevent it. Provers of the plant have found it produce a bilious fever, with severe headache, redness of the face, nausea, soreness over the liver, constipation, and high colored urine. Acting on which experience, a tincture, prepared AH from the whole plant, may be confidently given in frequent small diluted doses with water for influenza, or for a similar feverish chill, with break bone pains, prostration, hot dry skin, and some bilious vomiting. Likewise, a tea made with boiling water poured on the dried leaves will give prompt relief if taken hot at the onset of a bilious catarrh, or of influenza. This plant also is named Eupatorium because it refers, as Pliny says, to Jupiter, a king of Pontus. In Holland it is used for jaundice, with swollen feet, and in America it belongs to the tribe of bone scents. The hemp agrimony grows with us in moist, shady places, with a tall reddish stem, and with terminal crowded heads of dull lilac flowers. Its distinctive title is cannabinum, or hempen, whilst by some it is known as thoroughwood. Animon, the wood anemone or medicinal English pulsatilla, with its lovely pink-white petals and drooping blossoms, is one of our best known and most beautiful spring flowers. Herbalists do not distinguish it virtually from the silky, haired anemone pulsatilla, which medicinal variety is of highly valuable modern curative use as a herbal simple. The active chemical principles of each plant are animidin and anemonic acid. A tincture is made HH with spirit of wine from the entire plant, collected when in flower. This tincture is remarkably beneficial in disorders of the mucous membranes, alike of the respiratory and of the digestive passages. For mucus indigestion following a heavy or rich meal, the tincture of pulsatilla is almost a specific remedy. 3 or 4 drops thereof should be given at once with a tablespoonful of water, hot or cold, and the same dose may be repeated after an hour if then still needed. For catarrhal affections of the eyes and the ears, as well as for catarrhal diarrhea, the tincture is very serviceable. Also for female monthly difficulties its use is always beneficial and safe. As a medicine it best suits persons of a mild, gentle disposition and of a lymphatic constitution, especially females. It is less appropriate for quick, excitable, energetic men. Animinin, or pulsatilla camphor, which is the active principle of this plant, is prepared by the chemist, and may be given in doses of from 1/50 to 1/10 of a grain rubbed up with dry sugar of milk. Such a dose, given every 2 or 3 hours, will soon relieve a swollen testicle, and the tincture still more diluted will ease the bladder difficulties of old men. Furthermore, a tincture in doses of 2 or 3 drops with a spoonful of water will allay spasmodic cough, as of whooping cough or bronchitis. The vinegar of wood anemone made from the leaves retains all the more acrid properties of the plant, and is put, in France, to many rural domestic purposes. When applied in lotions every night for 5 or 6 times consecutively, it will heal indolent ulcers, and its rubefacient effects serve instead of those produced externally by mustard. If a teaspoonful is sprinkled within the palms and its volatile vapors are inhaled through the mouth and nose, this will dispel an incipient catarrh. The name pulsatilla is a diminutive of the Latin puls, a pottage as made from pulse and used at sacrificial feasts. The title anemone signifies windflower. Pliny says this flower never opens but when the wind is blowing. The title has been misapprehended as an emony. Turner says gardeners call the flowers emonies. And Tennyson, in his Northern Farmer, tells of the dead keeper being found doomed when the wailed enemies of foreign corn to the place. Other names of the plant are wood crowfoot, smell fox, and flawflower. Alfred Austin says, with windflower honey are my tresses smooth. It is also called the Passover flower because blossoming at Easter, and it belongs to the ranunculaceous order of plants. The flower of the wood anemone tells the approach of night, or of a shower, by curling over its petals like a tent, and it has been said that fairies nestle within, having first pulled the curtains round them. Among the old Romans, to gather the first anemone of the year was deemed a preservative against fever. The Pasch flower, also named blue money and Easter, or Dane's flower, is of a violet blue, growing in chalky pastures, and less common than the wood anemone. But each possesses equally curative virtues. The seed of the anemone, being very light and downy, is blown away by the first breeze of wind. A ready-witted French senator took advantage of this fact while visiting Bachelier, a covetous florist near Paris, who had long held a secret monopoly of certain richly colored and splendidly handsome anemones from the East. Vexed to see one man hoard up for himself what ought to be more widely distributed, he walked and talked with the florist in his garden when the anemone plants were in seed. Whilst thus occupied, he let fall his robe, as if by accident, upon the flowers, and so swept off a number of the little feathery seed vessels which clung to his dependent garment, and which he afterwards cultivated at home. The petals of the Pasch flower yield a rich green color, which is used for staining Easter eggs, this festival having been termed pastime in old works, from Pasch, crossing over. The plant is said to grow best with iron in the soil. Angela, also called Mester Arwarti. The wild angelica grows commonly throughout England in wet places as an umbelliferous plant, with a tall hollow stem, out of which boys like to make pipes. It is purple, furrowed, and downy, bearing white flowers tinged with pink. But the herb is not useful as a simple until cultivated in our gardens, the larger variety being chosen for this purpose, and bearing the name Archangelica. Angelica, the happy counterbane, sent down from heaven by some celestial scout, as well its name and nature both avowed. It came to this country from northern latitudes in 1568. The aromatic stems are grown abundantly near London in moist fields for the use of confectioners. These stems, when candied, are sold as a favorite sweetmeat. They are grateful to the feeble stomach and will relieve flatulence promptly. The roots of the garden angelica contain plentifully a peculiar resin called angelicin, which is stimulating to the lungs, and to the skin they smell pleasantly of musk, being an excellent tonic and carbonating. An infusion of the plant may be made by pouring a pint of boiling water on an ounce of the bruised root, and 2 tablespoonfuls of this should be given 3 or 4 times in the day, or the powdered root may be administered in doses of from 10 to 30 grains. The infusion will relieve flatulent stomach ache and will promote menstruation if retarded. It is also of use as a stimulating bronchial tonic in the catarrh of aged and feeble persons. Angelica, taken in either medicinal form, is said to cause a disgust for spirituous liquors. In High Dutch it is named the root of the Holy Ghost. The fruit is employed for flavoring some cordials, notably chartreuse. If an incision is made in the bark of the stems and the crown of the root, at the commencement of spring, a resinous gum exudes with a special aromatic flavor as of musk or benzoin, for either of which it can be substituted. Gerard says, if you do but take a piece of the root, and hold it in your mouth, or chew the same between your teeth, it doth most certainly drive away pestilent air. Icelanders eat both the stem and the roots raw with butter. These parts of the plant, if wounded, yield a yellow juice which becomes, when dried, a valuable medicine beneficial in chronic rheumatism and gout. Some have said the Archangelica was revealed in a dream by an angel to cure the plague. Others aver that it blooms on the day of Michael the Archangel's May 8th, old style, and is therefore a preservative against evil spirits and witchcraft. Nesidi. The Anesai pimpinella from Bipinella, because of its secondary feather like leaflets, belongs to the umbelliferous plants and is cultivated in our gardens, but its aromatic seeds chiefly come from Germany. The careful housewife will do well always to have a supply of this most useful simple closely bottled in her store cupboard. The herb is a variety of the Bernard saxifrage and yields an essential oil of a fine blue color. To make the essence of aniseed, 1 part of the oil should be mixed with 4 parts of spirit of wine. As this oil, by its chemical basis, anethol, represents the medicinal properties of the plant. It has a special influence on the bronchial tubes to encourage expectoration, particularly with children. For infantile catarrh, after its first feverish stage, aniseed tea is very useful. It should be made by pouring half a pint of boiling water on 2 teaspoonfuls of the seeds, bruised in a mortar, and given when cold in doses of 1, 2, or 3 teaspoonfuls, according to the age of the child, for the relief of flatulent stomach ache, whether in children or in adults. From 5 to 15 drops of the essence may be given on a lump of sugar, or mixed with 2 dessert spoonfuls of hot water. Gerard says, the aniseed helpeth the eoxin, or hicken, and should be given to young children to eat, which are like to have the falling sickness, or to such as have it by patrimony or succession. The odd literary mistake has been sometimes made of regarding aniseed as a plural noun thus. In the Englishman's Doctor, it is said, some aniseeds be sweet, and some bitter. An old epithet of the Annies was Solomon Intestinorum, the comforter of the bowels. The Germans have an almost superstitious belief in the medicinal virtues of aniseed, and all their ordinary household bread is plentifully flavored with the whole seeds. The mustasio, or spiced cakes of the Romans, introduced at the close of a rich entertainment to prevent indigestion, consisted of meal with anise and cumin, and other aromatics used for staying putrescence or fermentation within the intestines. Such a cake was commonly brought in at the end of a marriage feast, and hence the bride cake of modern times has taken its origin, though the result of eating this is rather to provoke dyspepsia than to prevent it. Formerly in the East, these seeds were in use as part payment of taxes. Ye pay tithe of mint and aise, and come in! The oil destroys lice and the itch insect, for which purpose it may be mixed with lard or spermaceti as an ointment. The seed has been used for smoking, so as to promote expectoration. Besides containing the volatile oil, aniseed yields phosphates, malates, gum, and a resin. The leaves, if applied externally, will help to remove freckles, and, let me tell you this, says a practical writer of the present day, if you are suffering from bronchitis, with attacks of spasmodic asthma, just send for a bottle of the liquor called anisette, and take a dram of it with a little water. You will find it an immediate palliative. You will cease barking like Cerberus. You will be soothed and go to sleep. Experto creed? I have been bronchitic and asthmatic for 20 years, and have never known an alleviative so immediately efficacious as anisette. For the restlessness of languid digestion, a dose of essence of aniseed in hot water at bedtime is much to be commended. In the paregoric elixir, or compound tincture of camphor, prescribed as a sedative cordial by doctors, the oil of anise is also included, 30 drops in a pint of the tincture. This oil is of capital service as a bait for mice, APLE. The term apple was applied by the ancients indiscriminately to almost every kind of round, fleshy fruit, such as the thorn apple, the pineapple, and the lovable. Paris gave to Venus a golden apple. Atalanta lost her classic race by staying to pick up an apple. The fruit of the Hesperides, guarded by a sleepless dragon, were golden apples. And through the same fruit befell man's first disobedience, bringing death into the world and all our woes concerning which the old Hebrew myth runs that the apple of Eden, as the first fermentable fruit known to mankind, was the beginner of intoxicating drinks, which led to the knowledge of good and evil. Nothing need be said here about the apple as an esculent. We have only to deal with this eminently English and most serviceable fruit in its curative and remedial aspects. Chemically, the apple is composed of vegetable fiber, albumin, sugar, gum, chlorophyll, malic acid, gallic acid, lime, and much water. Furthermore, German analysts say that the apple contains a larger percentage of phosphorus than any other fruit or vegetable. This phosphorus is specially adapted for renewing the essential nervous lecithin of the brain and spinal cord. Old Scandinavian traditions represent the apple as the food of the gods, who, when they felt themselves growing feeble and infirm, resorted to this fruit for renewing their powers of mind and body. Also, the acids of the apple are of signal use for men of sedentary habits, whose livers are sluggish of action. They help to eliminate from the body noxious matters, which, if retained, would make the brain heavy and dull, or produce jaundice or skin eruptions or other allied troubles. Some experience of this sort has led to the custom of partaking apple sauce with roast pork, roast goose, and similar rich dishes. The malic acid of ripe apples, raw or cooked, will neutralize the chalky matter engendered in gouty subjects, particularly from an excess of meat eating. A good, ripe, raw apple is one of the easiest of vegetable substances for the stomach to deal with, the whole process of its digestion being completed in 85 minutes. Furthermore, a certain aromatic principle is possessed by the apple, on which its peculiar flavor depends, this being a fragrant essential oil, the valerianate of amyl, in a small but appreciable quantity. It can be made artificially by the chemist, and used for imparting the flavor of apples to sweetmeats and confectionery. Gerard found that the pulp of roasted apples, mixed in a wine quart of fair water, and labored together until it comes to be as apples a day, which we call lamb's wools is Celtic, the day of apple fruit, never faileth in certain diseases of the reins, which myself hath often proved, and gained thereby both crowns and credit. Also, the paring of an apple cut somewhat thick, and the inside whereof is laid to hot, burning or running eyes at night when the party goes to bed, and is tied or bound to the same, doth help the trouble very speedily, and, contrary to expectation, an excellent secret. A poultice made of rotten apples is commonly used in Lincolnshire for the cure of weak or rheumatic eyes. Likewise in the Hotel des Invalides, at Paris, an apple poultice is employed for inflamed eyes, the apple being roasted, and its pulp applied over the eyes without any intervening substance to obviate constipation. 2 or 3 apples taken at night, whether baked or raw, are admirably efficient. It was said long ago they do easily and speedily pass through the belly. Therefore they do mollify the belly, and for this reason a modern maxim teaches that to eat an apple going to bed will make the doctor beg his bread. There was concocted in Gerard's day an ointment of the pulp of apples, and swine's graze, and rose water, which was used to beautify the face, and to take away the roughness of the skin, and which was called in the shops pomatum, from the apples poma, whereof it was prepared. As varieties of the apple, mention is made in documents of the 12th century of the pearmain, and the costard, from the latter of which has come the word costardmonger, as at first a dealer in this fruit, and now applied to our costermonger. Caraccioli, an Italian writer, declared that the only ripe fruit he met with in Britain was a baked apple. The juices of apples are matured and lose their rawness by keeping the fruit a certain time. These juices, together with those of the pear, the peach, the plum, and other such fruits, if taken without adding cane sugar, diminish acidity in the stomach rather than provoke it. They become converted chemically into alkaline carbonates, which correct sore fermentation. It is said in Devonshire that apples shrump up if picked when the moon is on the wane. From the bark of the stem and root of the apple, pear, and plum trees, a glucoside is to be obtained in small crystals, which possesses the peculiar property of producing artificial diabetes in animals to whom it is given. The juice of a sour apple, if rubbed on warts first pared away to the quick, will serve to cure them. The wild scrab, or crab apple, armed with thorns, grows in our fields and hedgerows, furnishing verjuice, which is rich in tannin, and a most useful application for old sprains. In the United States of America, an infusion of apple tree bark is given with benefit during intermittent, remittent, and bilious fevers. We likewise prescribe apple water as a grateful, cooling drink for feverish patients. Francatelli directs that it should be made thus: slice up thinly 3 or 4 apples without peeling them, and boil them in a very clean saucepan, with a quart of water and a little sugar until the slices of apple become soft. The apple water must then be strained through a piece of muslin or clean rag into a jug and drank when cold. If desired, a small piece of the yellow rind of a lemon may be added, just enough to give it a flavor. About the year 1560, to a certain rector of St. Ives in Cornwall, the Reverend Mr. Atwell, practiced physic with milk and apples so successfully in many diseases, and so spread his reputation that numerous sufferers came to him from all the neighboring counties. In Germany, ripe apples are applied to warts for removing them by reason of the earthy salts, particularly the magnesia of the fruit. It is a fact, though not generally known, that magnesia, as occurring in ordinary Epsom salts, will cure obstinate warts and the disposition thereto. Just a few grains, from 3 to 6, not enough to produce any sensible medicinal effect, taken once a day for 3 or 4 weeks, will surely dispel a crop of warts. Old cheese ameliorates apples if eaten when crude, probably by reason of the volatile alkali, or ammonia of the cheese neutralizing the acids of the apple. Many persons make a practice of eating cheese with apple pie. The core of an apple is so named from the French word coeur, heart. The juice of the cultivated apple, made by fermentation into cider, which means literally strong drink, was pronounced by John Evelyn in his Pomona, 1729, to be in a word the most wholesome drink in Europe, as specially sovereign against the scorbut, the stone, spleen, and whatnot. This beverage contains alcohols, on the average a little over 5%, gum, sugar, mineral matters, and several acids, among which the malic predominates. As an habitual drink, if sweet, it is apt to provoke acid fermentation with a gouty subject, and to develop rheumatism. Nevertheless, Drive Nash of Worcester attributed to cider great virtues and leading to longevity, and a Herefordshire vicar bears witness to its superlative merits thus: all the Gallic wines are not so boon as hearty cider. That strong son of wood in fullest tides refines and purges blood, becomes a known Bethesda, whence arise full certain cures for spit-tall maladies. Death slowly can the citadel invade, a draught of this bedoles his scythe and spade. Medical testimony goes to show that in countries where cider, not of the sweet sort, is the common beverage, stone or calculus, is unknown, and a series of inquiries among the doctors of Normandy, a great apple country, where cider is the principal, if not the sole drink, brought to light the fact that not a single case had been met with there in 40 years. Cider apples were introduced by the Normans, and the beverage began to be brewed in 1284. The Hereford orchards were first planted Templar Charles I. A chance case of stone in the bladder, if admitted into a Devonshire or a Herefordshire hospital, is regarded by the surgeons there as a sort of professional curiosity, probably imported from a distance, so that it may be fairly surmised that the habitual use of natural, unsweetened cider keeps held in solution materials which are otherwise liable to be separated in a solid form by the kidneys. Pippins are apples which have been raised from pips. A codling is an apple which requires to be coddled, stewed, or lightly boiled, being yet sore and unfit for eating whilst raw. The John apple, or apple John, ripens on St. John's Day, December 27th. It keeps sound for 2 years, but becomes very shrunken. Sir John Falstaff says a Henry A.V. withered like an old apple John. The squab pie, famous in Cornwall, contains apples and onions allied with mutton. Of wheaten walls erect your paste up. Let the round mass extend its breast. Next slice your apples picked so fresh. Let the fat sheep supply its flesh. Then add an onion's pungent juice, a sprinkling. Be not too profuse. Well mixed, these nice ingredients, sure, may gratify an epicure. In America, apple slump is a pie consisting of apples, molasses, and bread crumbs baked in a tin pan. This is known to New Englanders as pan dowdy. An agreeable bread was at one time made by an ingenious Frenchman, which consisted of 1/3 of apples boiled, and 2/3 of wheaten flour. It was through the falling of an apple in the garden of Mrs. Conduit at Woolthorne, near Grantham. Sir Isaac Newton was led to discover the great law of gravitation, which regulates the whole universe. Again, it was an apple the patriot William Tell shot from the head of his own bright boy with one arrow, whilst reserving a second for the heart of a tyrant. Drive Prior says the word apple took its origin from the Sanskrit api, water, and thals, fruit, meaning water fruit or juice fruit, and with this the Latin name pomum, from podo, to drink, precisely agrees. If which be so, our apple must have come originally from the East long ages back. The term apple, high order, is derived from the French phrase plis, in plates, folded in regular plates, or perhaps from capapide, armed from head to foot in perfect order. Likewise, the apple, high bed, is so called from the French plis, or it may be from the apple turnover of Devon and Cornwall, as made with the paste turned over on itself. The botanical name of an apple tree is Pyrus malus, of which schoolboys are wont to make ingenious uses by playing on the latter word. Mallow I had rather be mallow in an apple tree, mallow than a wicked man, mallow in adversity. Or, again, me mater mala est sus, which bears the easy translation, my mother is a wicked old sow, but the intentional reading of which signifies run mother, the sow is eating the apples. The term Adam's apple, which is applied to the most prominent part of a person's throat in front, is based on the superstition that a piece of the forbidden fruit stuck in Adam's throat and caused this lump to remain. Aram Tiachi Kai Meme, the lords and ladies saw Aram maculatum, so well known to every rustic as common throughout spring in almost every hedge row, has acquired its name from the color of its erect pointed spike enclosed within the curled hood of an upright arrow-shaped leaf. This is purple or cream-hued, according to the accredited sex of the plant. It bears further the titles of cuckoo pint, wake robin, parson in the pulpit, rampy starchwort, arrowroot, Gethsemane, bloody fingers, snake its meat, Adam and Eve, calf's food, Aaron, and priest pint. The red spots on its glossy emerald arrow, head leaves, are attributed to the dropping of our Savior's blood on the plant whilst growing at the foot of the cross. Several of the above appellations bear reference to the stimulating effects of the herb on the sexual organs. Its tuberous root has been found to contain a particular volatile acrid principle which exercises distinct medicinal effects, though these are altogether dissipated if the roots are subjected to heat by boiling or baking. When tasted, the fresh juice causes an acrid burning irritation of the mouth and throat. Also, if swallowed, it will produce a red raw state of the palate and tongue, with cracked lips. The leaves, when applied externally to a delicate skin, will blister it. Accordingly, a tincture made HHGA from the plant and its root proves curative in diluted doses for a chronic sore throat with swollen mucous membrane and vocal hoarseness, such as is often known as clergyman's sore throat, and likewise for a feverish sore mouth, as well as for an irresistible tendency to sleepiness and heaviness after a full meal. From 5 to 10 drops of the tincture, third decimal strength, should be given with a tablespoonful of cold water to an adult 3 times a day. An ointment made by stewing the fresh sliced root with lard serves efficiently for the cure of ringworm. The fresh juice yields malative lime, whilst the plant contains gum, sugar, starch, and fat. The name arum is derived from the Hebrew jared, a dart in allusion to the shape of the leaves like spearheads, or, as some think, from our fire, because of the acrid juice. The adjective maculatum refers to the dark spots or patches which are seen on the smooth, shiny leaves of the plant. These leaves have sometimes proved fatal to children who have mistaken them for sorrel. The brilliant scarlet coral, like berries which are found set closely about the erect spike of the arum in the autumn, are known to country lads as adder's meat, a name corrupted from the Anglo-Saxon adder, poison, as originally applied to these berries, though it is remarkable that pheasants can eat them with impunity. In Queen Elizabeth's time the arum was known as starch, wort because the roots were then used for supplying pure white starch to stiffen the ruffs and frills worn at that time by gallants and ladies. This was obtained by boiling or baking the roots, and thus dispelling their acridity. When dried and powdered, the root constitutes the French cosmetic, cypress powder. Recently, a patented drug, Tonga, has obtained considerable notoriety for curing obstinate neuralgia of the head and face. This turning out to be the dried scraped stem of an aroid called Rhaphidophora vidiensis, belonging to the Fiji Islands. Acting on the knowledge of which fact, some recent experimenters have tried the fresh juice expressed from our common arum maculatum in a severe case of neuralgia, which could be relieved previously only by Tonga, and it was found that this juice in doses of a teaspoonful gave similar relief. The British domestic herbal of Sydenham's time describes a case of alarming dropsy, with great constitutional exhaustion, treated most successfully with a medicine composed of arum and angelica, which cured in about 3 weeks. The English passion flower and Portland sago are other names given to the arum maculatum. Asparagus. The asparagus, belonging to the lily order of plants, occurs wild on the coasts of Essex, Suffolk, and Cornwall. It is there a more prickly plant than the cultivated vegetable which we grow for the sake of the tender, edible shoots. The Greeks and Romans valued it for their tables, and boiled it so quickly that velocius quam asparagica quantur, faster than asparagus is cooked, was a proverb with them, which are done in a jiffy closely corresponds. The shoots, whether wild or cultivated, are succulent and contain wax, albumin, acetate of potash, phosphate of potash, mannite, a green resin, and a fixed principle named asparagine. This asparagine stimulates the kidneys and imparts a peculiar, strong smell to the urine after taking the shoots. At the same time, the green resin with which the asparagine is combined exercises gently sedative effects on the heart, calming palpitation or nervous excitement of that organ. Though not producing actual sugar in the urine, asparagus forms and excretes a substance therein which answers to the reactions used by physicians for detecting sugar, except the fermentation test. It may fairly be given in diabetes with a promise of useful results. In Russia, it is a domestic medicine for the arrest of flooding. Asparagine also bears the chemical name of althine and occurs in crystals, which may be reduced to powder, and which may likewise be got from the roots of marshmallow and licorice. 1 grain of this given 3 times a day is of service for relieving dropsy from disease of the heart. Likewise, a medicinal tincture is made HA from the whole plant, of which 8 or 10 drops given with a tablespoonful of water 3 times a day will also allay urinary irritation, whilst serving to do good against rheumatic gout. A syrup of asparagus is employed medicinally in France and at Aix, Les Bains. It forms part of the cure for rheumatic patients to eat asparagus. The roots of asparagus contain diuretic virtues more abundantly than the shoots. An infusion made from these roots will assist against jaundice and congestive torpor of the liver. The shrubby stalks of the plant bear red, coral-like berries which, when ripe, yield grape sugar, and spargancy, though generally thought to branch out into feathery leaves. These are only ramified stalks substituted by the plant when growing on an arid, sandy soil, where no moisture could be got for the maintenance of leaves. The berries are attractive to small birds, who swallow them whole, and afterwards void the seeds, to germinate when thus scattered about. Thus there is some valid reason for the vulgar corruption of the title asparagus into sparrowgrass or grass. Botanically, the plant is a lily which has seen better days. In the United States of America, asparagus is thought to be undeniably sedative, and a palliative in all heart affections attended with excited action of the pulse. The water in which asparagus has been boiled, if drunk, though somewhat disagreeable, is beneficial against rheumatism. The cellular tissue of the plant furnishes a substance similar to sago. In Venice, the wild asparagus is served at table, but it is strong in flavor and less succulent than the cultivated sort. Mortimer Collins makes Sir Clare, one of his characters in Clare say Lee Big, or some other scientist maintains that asparagine, the alkaloid in asparagus, develops form in the human brain. So, if you get hold of an artistic child and give him plenty of asparagus, he will grow into a second Raphael! Gerard calls the plant sparage, which is easily concocted when eaten, and doth gently loose the belly. Our name, asparagus, is derived from a Greek word signifying matera, in allusion to the spikes of some species, or perhaps from the Persian spurgus, a shoot. John Evelyn, in his book of salads, derives the term asparagus in easy fashion of asperitate from the sharpness of the plant. Nothing, says he, next to flesh is more nourishing, but in this country we overboil them. And to spell their volatile salts, the water should boil before they are put inches. He tells of asparagus, raised at Battersea in a natural, sweet, and well-cultivated soil, 16 of which were made a present to his wife, showing what solemn, colum, and industry will effect. The asparagus first came into use as a food about 200 BC, in the time of the elder Cato, and Augustus was very partial to it. The wild asparagus was called libicum, and by the Athenians, hominium. Roman cooks used to dry the shoots, and when required these were thrown into hot water and boiled for a few minutes to make them look fresh and green. Gerard advises that asparagus should be sodden in flesh broth and eaten or boiled in fair water, seasoned with oil, pepper, and vinegar, being served up as a salad. Our ancestors in Tudor times ate the whole of the stalks with spoons. Swift's patron, Sir William Temple, who had been British minister at The Hague, brought the art of asparagus culture from Holland, and when William Tilley visited Sir William at Moor Park, where young Jonathan was domiciled as secretary, His Majesty is said to have taught the future Dean of St. Patrick's how to eat asparagus in the Dutch style. Swift afterwards at his own table refused a second helping of the vegetable to a guest until the stalks had been devoured. A alleging that King William always ate his stalks. When the large white asparagus first came into vogue, it was known as the new vegetable. This was grown with lavish manure. It was called Dutch asparagus. For cooking, the stalks should be cut of equal lengths and boiled standing upwards in a deep saucepan with nearly 2 inches of the heads out of the water. Then the steam will suffice to cook these tender parts, whilst the hard, stocky portions may be boiled long enough to become soft and succulently wholesome. 2 sorts of asparagus are now grown, the one an early kind, pinkish white, cultivated in France and the Channel Islands, the other green and English. At Kynance Cove in Cornwall, there is an island called Asparagus Island, from the abundance in which the plant is found there. In connection with this popular vegetable may be quoted the following riddle: what killed a queen to love inclined? What on a beggar oft we find, show to ourselves if aptly joined, a plant which we in bundles bind and beyond. The herb balm, or melissa, which is cultivated quite commonly in our cottage gardens, has its origin in the wild, or bastard balm, growing in our woods, especially in the south of England, and bearing the name of melons. Each is a labiate plant in balm, say the Arabians, makes the heart merry and joyful. The title balm is an abbreviation of balsam, which signifies the chief of sweet-smelling oils, Hebrew balsmin, chief of oils, and the botanical suffix, melissa, bears reference to the large quantity of honey contained in the flowers of this herb. When cultivated, it yields from its leaves and tops an essential oil, which includes a chemical principle, or stearoptin. The juice of balm, as Gerard tells us, glueth together green wounds, and the leaves, say both Pliny and Dioscorides, being applied, do close up wounds without any peril of inflammation. It is now known as a scientific fact that the balsamic oils of aromatic plants make most excellent surgical dressings. They give off ozone, and thus exercise anti-putrescent effects. Moreover, as chemical hydrocarbons, they contain so little oxygen that in wounds dressed with the fixed balsamic herbal oils, the atomic germs of disease are starved out. Furthermore, the resinous parts of these balsamic oils, as they dry upon the sore or wound, seal it up and effectually exclude all noxious air. So the essential oils of balm, peppermint, lavender, and the like, with pine oil, resin of turpentine, and the balsam of benzoin, as friar's balsam, should serve admirably for ready application on lint or fine rag to cuts and superficial sores. In domestic surgery, the lamentation of Jeremiah falls to the ground. Is there no balm in Gilead? Is there no physician there? Concerning which balm of Gilead, it may be here told that it was formerly of great esteem in the East as a medicine, and as a fragrant unguent. It was the true balsam of Judea, which at one time grew nowhere else in the whole world but at Jericho. But when the Turks took the Holy Land, they transplanted this balsam to Grand Cairo, and guarded its shrubs most jealously by janissaries during the time the balsam was flowing. In the Treacle Bible 1584, Jeremiah v. This passage is rendered, is there not treacle or gilead? Venice treacle, or triacle, was a famous antidote in the Middle Ages to all animal poisons. It was named theriaca from the Greek word theria, a small animal, in allusion to the vipers which were added to the triacle by Andromachus, physician to the Emperor Nero. Tea made of our garden balm, by virtue of the volatile oil, will prove restorative and will promote perspiration if taken hot on the access of a cold or of influenza. Also, if used in like manner, it will help effectively to bring on the delayed monthly flow with women. But an infusion of the plant made with cold water acts better as a remedy for hysterical headache and as a general nervine stimulant, because the volatile aromatic virtues are not dispelled by heat. Formerly, the spirit of balm, combined with lemon peel, nutmeg, and angelica root, enjoyed a great reputation as a restorative cordial under the name of Carmelite water. Paracelsus thought so highly of balm that he believed it would completely revivify a man, as prima mens melissa. The London Dispensatory of 1696 said, "The essence of balm given in cannery wine every morning will renew youth, strengthen the brain, relieve languishing nature, and prevent baldness." Balm, adds John Evelyn, is sovereign for the brain, strengthening the memory and powerfully chasing away melancholy. In France, women bruise the young shoots of balm and make them into cakes with egg sugar and rose water, which they give to mothers in childbed as a strengthener. It is fabled that the Jew Ahasuerus, who refused a cup of water to our Savior on his way to Golgotha, and was therefore doomed to wander athirst until Christ should come again on Whitsuntide evening, asked for a draught of small beer at the door of a Staffordshire cottager who was far advanced in consumption. He got the drink, and out of gratitude advised the sick man to gather in the garden 3 leaves of balm, and to put them into a cup of beer. This was to be repeated every 4th day for 12 days, the refilling of the cup to be continued as often as might be wished. Then the disease shall be cured, and thy body altered. So saying, the Jew departed, and was never seen there again. The cottager obeyed the injunction, and at the end of the 12 days had become a sound man. Barbaroi, the common barberry berberis, which gives its name to a special order of plants, grows wild as a shrub in our English copses and hedges, particularly about Essex, being so called from berberin, a pearl oyster, because the leaves are glossy like the inside of an oyster shell. It is remarkable for the light color of its bark, which is yellow inside, and for its 3 forked spines. Provincially, it is also termed pipperidge bush, from peepin, a pip, and rouge, red, as descriptive of its small scarlet juiceless fruit, of which the active chemical principles, as well as of the bark, are berberin and oxyac. The sparingly produced juice of the berries is cooling and astringent. It was formerly held in high esteem by the Egyptians, when diluted as a drink in pestilential fevers. The inner, yellow bark, which has been long believed to exercise a medicinal effect on the liver, because of its color, is a true biliary purgative. An infusion of this bark, made with boiling water, is useful in jaundice from congestive liver, with furred tongue, lowness of spirits, and yellow complexion, also for swollen spleen from malarious exposure. A medicinal tincture CH is made of the root branches and the root bark with spirit of wine, and if given 3 or 4 times a day in doses of 5 drops with 1 tablespoonful of cold water, it will admirably rouse the liver to healthy and more vigorous action. Conversely, the tincture, when of reduced strength, will stay bilious, diarrhea. British farmers dislike the barberry shrub because, when it grows in cornfields, the wheat near it is blighted, even to the distance of 200 or 300 yards. This is because of a special fungus which is common to the barberry, and being carried by the wind reproduces itself by its spores destructively on the ears of wheat. The Asidium berberidis, which generates Picinia. Clusius setteth it down as a wonderful secret which he had from a friend, that if the yellow bark of barberry be steeped in white wine for 3 hours, and be afterwards drank, it will purge one very marvelously. The berries upon old barberry shrubs are often stoneless, and this is the best fruit for preserving or for making the jelly. They contain malic and citric acids, and it is from these berries that the delicious confitures d'épine vinette, for which Rouen is famous, are commonly prepared. And the same berries are chosen in England to furnish the kernel for a very nice sugared plum. The syrup of barberries will make with water an excellent astringent gargle for raw, irritable sore throat. Likewise, the jelly gives famous relief for this catarrhal affection. It is prepared by boiling the berries, when ripe, with an equal weight of sugar, and then straining. For an attack of colic because of gravel in the kidneys, 5 drops of the tincture on sugar every 5 minutes will promptly relieve, as likewise when albumin is found by analysis in the urine. A noted modern nostrum belauds the virtues of the barberry as specific against bile heartburn and the black jaundice, this being a remedy which was discovered after infinite pains by one who had studied for 30 years by candle light for the good of his country. In Gerard's time at the village of Ivor, near Colebrook, most of the hedges consisted solely of barberry bushes. The following is a good old receipt for making barberry jam. Pick the fruit from the stalks, and bake it in an earthen pan, then press it through a sieve with a wooden spoon. Having mixed equal weights of the prepared fruit and of powdered sugar, put these together in pots, and cover the mixture up, setting them in a dry place, and having sifted some powdered sugar over the top of each pot. Among the Italians, the barberry bears the name of holy thorn, because thought to have formed part of the crown of thorns made for our Savior. Baurala, Ordium vulgare, common barley, is chiefly used in Great Britain for brewing and distilling, but it has dietetic and medicinal virtues which entitle it to be considered among serviceable simples. Roman gladiators who depended for their strength and prowess chiefly on barley were called ordiri. Nevertheless, this cereal is less nourishing than wheat, and when prepared as food is apt to purge. Therefore it is not made into bread, except when wheat is scarce and dear. though in Scotland poor people eat barley bread. In India, barley meal is made into balls of dough for the oxen and camels. Pearl barley is prepared in Holland and Germany by first shelling the grain and then grinding it into round white granules. The ancients fed their horses upon barley, and we fattened swine on this grain made into meal. Among the Greeks, beer was known as barley wine, which was brewed without hops, these dating only from the 14th century. A decoction of barley with gum arabic, 1 ounce of the gum dissolved in a pint of the hot decoction, is a very useful drink to soothe the irritation of the bladder and of the urinary passages. The chemical constituents of barley are starch, gluten, albumin, oil, and ordic acid. From the earliest times it has been employed to prepare drinks for the sick, especially in feverish disorders, and for sore lining membranes and chest. Honey may be added beneficially to the decoction of barley for bronchial cause. The French make orgeat of barley boiled in successive waters, and sweetened at length as a cooling drink, though this name is now applied in France to a liquor concocted from almonds. Basil, the herb sweet basil Ocimum basilicum, is so called because the smell thereof is fit for a king's house. It grows commonly in our kitchen gardens, but in England it dies down every year, and the seeds have to be sown annually. Botanically, it is named basilicon or royal, probably because used of old in some regal unguent or bath or medicine. This and the wild basil belong to the labiate order of plants. The leaves of the sweet basil, when slightly bruised, exhale a delightful odor. They gave the distinctive flavor to the original feta, Lane sausages. The wild basil Calamantha clinopodium, or basil thyme, or horse thyme, is a hairy plant growing in bushy places, also about hedges and roadsides, and bearing whorls of purple flowers with a strong odor of cloves. The term clinopodium signifies beds, foot flower, because the branches do resemble the foot of the bed. In common with the other labiates, basil, both the wild and the sweet, furnishes an aromatic volatile camphoraceous oil. On this account it is much employed in France for flavoring soups and sauces, and the dry leaves, in the form of snuff, are used for relieving nervous headaches. A tea, made by pouring boiling water on the garden basil, when green, gently but effectually helps on the retarded monthly flow of wind. The bush basil is Ocimum minimum, of which the leafy tops are used for seasoning and in salads. The sweet basil has been immortalized by Keats in his tender, pathetic poem of Isabella and the pot of basil, founded on a story from Boccaccio. She reverently possessed herself of the decapitated head of her lover, Lorenzo, who had been treacherously slain. She wrapped it up, and for its tomb did choose a garden pot, wherein she laid it by, and covered it with mood, and o'er it set sweet basil, which her tears kept ever wet. The herb was used at funerals in Persia. Its seeds were sown by the Romans with maledictions and curses through the belief that the more it was abused, the better it would prosper. When desiring a good crop, they trod it down with their feet and prayed the gods it might not vegetate. The Greeks likewise supposed basil to thrive best when sown with swearing, and this fact explains the French saying, semer le basilic, as signifying to slander. It was told in Elizabeth's time that the hand of a fair lady made basil flourish, and this was then planted in pots as an act of gallantry. Basil, says John Evelyn, imparts a grateful flavor to salads if not too strong, but is somewhat offensive to the eyes. Shenstone, in his schoolmistress's garden, tells of the tufted basil, and Culpeper quaintly says, something is the matter. Basil and rue will never grow together, no, nor near one another. It is related that a certain advocate of Genoa was once sent as an ambassador to treat for conditions with the Duke of Milan, but the Duke harshly refused to hear the message, or to grant the conditions. Then the ambassador offered him a handful of basil. Demanding what this meant, the Duke was told that the properties of the herb were, if gently handled, to give out a pleasant odor, but that, if bruised and hardly wrung, it would breed scorpions. Moved by this witty answer, the Duke confirmed the conditions and sent the ambassador honorably home. BNCP and Bean. BLA.NNCC Nightshady. Beneni, he RB. This, the Herba benedicta, or blessed herb, or Abenzeojum urbanum, is a very common plant of the rose tribe, in our woods, hedges, and shady places. It has an erect hairy stem, red at the base, with terminal bright yellow drooping flowers. The ordinary name Avens, or Avance Anansia, signifies an antidote, because it was formerly thought to ward off the devil and evil spirits and venomous beasts. Where the root is in a house, Satan can do nothing, and flies from it. True, therefore it is blessed before all other herbs. And if a man carries the root about him, no venomous beast can harm him. The herb is sometimes called way bennet and wild rye. Its graceful trefoiled loaf, and the fine golden petals of its flowers, symbolizing the 5 wounds of Christ, were sculptured by the monks of the 13th century on their church architecture. The botanical title of this plant, Jum, is got from geo, to yield an agreeable fragrance, in allusion to the roots. Hence also has been derived another appellation of the Athens, Aradix caryophyllata, or clove root, because when freshly dug out of the ground the roots smell like cloves. They yield tannin freely, with mucilage, resin, and muriate of lime, together with a heavy volatile oil. The roots are astringent and antiseptic, having been given in infusion for ague, and as an excellent cordial sudorific in chills, or for fresh catarrh. To make this, a pint of boiling water should be poured on half an ounce of the dried root, or rather more of the fresh root, sliced. Half a wineglassful will be the dose, or 10 grains of the powdered root. An extract is further made. When the petals of the flower fall off, a small round prickly ball is to be seen. B-ton of wine. Few, if any, herbal plants have been more praised for their supposed curative virtues than the wood betonies, Stachys botanica, belonging to the order of labiates. By the common people it is often called bitney. The name botanica is from the Celtic ben, head, and tonic, good in allusion to the usefulness of the herb against infirmities of the head. It is of frequent growth in shady woods and meadows, having aromatic leaves and spikes of light purple flowers. Formerly it was held in the very highest esteem as a leading herbal simple. The Greeks loudly extolled its good qualities. Pliny, in downright raptures, styled it anticunctas laudatissima! An old Italian proverb ran thus: vendula tunica and compra la betonia, sell your coat and buy betony, whilst modern Italians, when speaking of a most excellent man, say, he has as many virtues as betony, he più virtuti botanica. In the Medicina Britannica, 1666, we read, I have known the most obstinate headache is cured by daily breakfasting for a month or 6 weeks on a decoction of betony, made with new milk and strained. Antonius Musa, chief physician to the Emperor Augustus, wrote a book entirely on the virtues of this herb. Merrick says, inveterate headaches, after resisting every other remedy, have been cured by taking daily at breakfast a decoction made from the leaves and tops of the wood betony. Culpiper roti. This is a precious herb well worth keeping in your house. Gerard tells that betony maketh a man have a good appetite to his meat, and is commended against ache of the knuckle bones. A pinch of the powdered herb will provoke violent sneezing. The dried leaves formed an ingredient in Raleigh's British herb snuff, which was at one time quite famous against headaches. And yet, notwithstanding all this consensus of praise from writers of different epochs, it does not appear that the betony, under chemical analysis and research, shows itself as containing any special medicinal or curative constituents. It only affords the fragrant aromatic principles common to most of the labiate plants. Parkinson, who enlarged the herbal of Gerard, pronounced the leaves and flowers of wood betony by their sweet and spicy taste, comfortable both in meat and medicine. Anyhow, betony tea, made with boiling water poured on the plant, is a safe drink and likely to prove of benefit against languid nervous headaches, and the dried herb may be smoked as tobacco for relieving the same ailment. To make betony tea, put 2 ounces of the herb to a quart of water over the fire, and let this gradually simmer to 3/2 pints. Give a wineglassful of the decoction 3 times a day. A conserve may be made from the flowers for similar purposes. The poet laureate A. Austin mentions lye of betony to soothe the brow. Both this plant, the water betony, so called from its similarity of leaf, bear the name of kernel wort, from having tubers or kernels attached to the roots, and from being therefore supposed, on the doctrine of signatures, to cure diseased kernels or scrofulous glands in the neck, also to banish piles from the fundament. But the water betony belongs not to the labiates, but to the Scrofulariaceae, or scrofula, curing order of plants. It is called in some counties brown, wort, and in Yorkshire bishops' leaves, or herby du siege, which term has a double meaning, in allusion both to the seat in the temple of Closina and Jwc, and to the ailments of the lower body in connection therewith, as well as to the more exalted see of a right reverend prelate. In old times the water figwort was famous as a vulnerary, both when used externally, and and when taken in decoction. The name brown, word has been got either from the brown color of the stems and flowers, or more probably from its growing abundantly about the Brunnen or public German fountains. Wasps and bees are fond of the flowers. In former days this herb was relied on for the cure of toothache, and for expelling the particular disembodied spirit, or mare, which visited our Saxon ancestors during their sleep after supper, being familiarly known to them as the nightmare. The echo was in like manner thought by the Saxons to be due to a spectre, or mare, which they called the wood-mare. The water betony is said to make one of the ingredients in Count Mattei's noted remedy, anti-scrofuloso. The figwort is named in Somersetshire crowdy, kit or fiddlewood, because if two of the stalks are rubbed together, they make a noise like the scraping of the bow on violin strings. In Devonshire also, the plant is known as fiddler. An allied figwort, which is botanically called nodosa, or knotted, is considered when an ointment is made with it, using the whole plant bruised and treated with unsalted lard. A sovereign remedy against burnt holes or gangrenous chicken pox, such as often attacks the Irish peasantry, who subsist on a meager and exclusively vegetable diet, being half-starved and pent up in wretchedful hovels. This herb is said to be certainly curative of hydrophobia, by taking every morning whilst fasting a slice of bread and butter, on which the powdered knots of the roots have been spread, following it up with 2 tumblers of fresh spring water. Then let the patient be well clad in woolen garments, and made to take a long fast walk until in a profuse perspiration. The treatment should be continued for 9 days. Again, the botanical name of a fig, ficus, has been commonly applied to a sore or scab appearing on a part of the body where hair is, or to a red sore in the fundament, that is, to a pile, and the figwort is so named in allusion to its curative virtues against piles, when the plant is made into an ointment for outward use, and when the tincture is taken internally. It is specially visited by wasps, blbrry. This fruit, which belongs to the cranberry order of plants, grows abundantly throughout England and hithy and mountainous districts. The small, branched shrub bears globular wax, like flowers and black berries, which are covered, when quite fresh, with a gray bloom. In the west of England they are popularly called worts, and they ripen about the time of St. James' feast, July 25th. Other names for the fruit are blueberry, bulberry, hurtleberry, and huckleberry. The title wainberry has been acquired from its growing on wains, or heaths, and bilberry signifies dark-colored, whence likewise comes blackwort, as distinguished in its aspect from the cowberry and the cranberry. By a corruption, the original word myrtleberry has suffered change of its initial meters into west, as whortleberry. In the Middle Ages, the myrtleberry was used in medicine and cookery, to which berry the whortleberry bears a strong resemblance. It is agreeable to the taste, and may be made into tarts, but proves mawkish unless mixed with some more acid fruit. The bilberry Vaccinium myrtillus is an admirable astringent, and should be included as such among the domestic medicines of the housewife. If some good brandy be poured over 2 handfuls of the fruit in a bottle, this will make an extract which continually improves by being kept. Obstinate diarrhea may be cured by giving doses of a tablespoonful of this extract taken with a wineglassful of warm water, and repeated at intervals of 2 hours whilst needed. Even for the more severe cases of dysenteric diarrhea, the berries contain chemically much tannin. Their stain on the lips may be quickly effaced by sucking at a lemon. In Devonshire they are eaten at table with cream. The Irish call them fronds. If the first tender leaves are properly gathered and dried, they can scarcely be distinguished from good tea. More game live on these berries in the autumn. Their juice will stain paper or linen purple. Sanguineo splendor roses vaccinia nigro, Hindu, dulciviolus ferruginum pingin, Claudii. They are also called in some counties blaeberries, truckleberries, and blackhearts. The extract of bilberry is found to be a very useful application for curing such skin diseases as scaly eczema and other eczema which is not moist or pustulous, also for burns and scalds. Some of the extract is to be laid thickly on the cleansed skin with a camel hairbrush, and a thin layer of cotton wool to be spread over it, the whole being fastened with a calico or gauze bandage. This should be changed gently once a day. Another vaccinium, the marsh whortleberry, or cranberry, or fenberry, from growing in fens, is found in peat bogs, chiefly in the north. This is a low plant with straggling, wiry stems, and and solitary terminal bright red flowers, of which the segments are bent back in a singular manner. Its fruit likewise makes excellent tarts, and forms a considerable article of commerce at Langton, on the borders of Cumberland. The fruit stalks are crooked at the top, and before the blossom expands they resemble the head and neck of a crane. B-L-A-K-B-U-R-R-Y. This is the well-known fruit of the common bramble Cinto rubus fructicosus, which grows in every English hedgerow, and which belongs to the rose order of plants. It has long been esteemed for its bark and leaves as a capital astringent, these containing much tannin, also for its fruit, which is supplied with malic and citric acids, pectin, and albumin. Blackberries go often by the name of bumblekites, from bumble, the cry of the bittern, and kite, a Scotch word for belly, the name bumblecite being implied, says Drive Prior, from the rumbling and bumbling caused in the bellies of children who eat the fruit too greedily. Rubus is from the Latin ruber, red. The blackberry has likewise acquired the name of scaldberry, from producing, as some say, the eruption known as scald-headed children who eat the fruit to excess, or, as others suppose, from the curative effects of the leaves and berries in this malady of the scalp, or again, from the remedial effects of the leaves when applied externally to scalds. It has been said that the young shoots, eaten as a salad, will fasten loose teeth. If the leaves are gathered in the spring and dried, then, when required, a handful of them may be infused in a pint of boiling water, and the infusion, when cool, may be taken, a teacupful at a time, to stay diarrhea and for some bleedings. Similarly, if an ounce of the bruised root is boiled in 3/2 pints of water, down to a pint, a teacupful of this may be given every 3 or 4 hours. The decoction is also useful against whooping, cough in its spasmodic stage. The bark contains tannin, and if an ounce of the same be boiled in a pint and 1/2 of water, or of milk, down to a pint, 1/2 a teacupful of the decoction may be given every hour or 2 for staying relaxed bowels. Likewise the fruit, if desiccated in a moderately hot oven, and afterwards reduced to powder, will prove an efficacious remedy for dysentery. Gerard says bramble leaves heal the eyes that hang out, and stay the haemorrhoids if they can be laid thereunto. The London Pharmacopoeia declared the ripe berries of the bramble to be a great cordial, and to contain a notable restorative spirit. In Crusoe's treasury of easy medicines, it is directed for old and veterate ulcers. Take a decoction of blackberry leaves made in wine, and foment the ulcers with this whilst hot each night and morning, which will heal them, however difficult to be cured. The name of the bush is derived from bramble, or brimble, signifying prickly. Its blossom, as well as the fruit, ripe and unripe, in all stages, may be seen on the bush at the same time. With the ancient Greeks, blackberries were a popular remedy for gout. As soon as blackberries are overripe, they become quite indigestible. Country folk say in Somersetshire and Sussex, the devil goes round on old Michaelmas Day, October 11th, to spite the saint, and spits on the blackberries, so that they who eat them after that date fall sick, or have trouble before the year is out. Blackberry wine and blackberry jam are taken for sore throats in many rustic homes. This blackberry jelly is useful for dropsy from feeble, ineffective circulation. To make blackberry cordial, the juice should be expressed from the fresh ripe fruit, adding 1/2 pound of white sugar to each quart thereof, together with 1/2 ounce of both nutmeg and cloves. Then boil these together for a short time, and add a little brandy to the mixture when cold. In Devonshire, the peasantry still think that if anyone is troubled with blackheads, that is, small pimples or boils, he may be cured by creeping from east to west on the hands and knees 9 times beneath an arched bramble bush. This is evidently a relic of an old Dryad superstition, when the angry deities who inhabited particular trees had to be appeased before the special diseases which they inflicted could be cured. It is worthy of remark that the bramble forms the subject of the oldest known apologue. When Jonathan upbraided the men of Shechem for their base ingratitude to his father's house, he related to them the parable of the trees choosing a king, by whom the bramble was finally elected. After the olive, the fig tree, and the vine had excused themselves from accepting this dignity, in the Roxburgh ballad of the children in the wood occurs the verse, "Their pretty lips with blackberries were all besmeared and dyed, and when they saw the darksome night, they sat them down, and cried." The French name for blackberries is mûres sauvages, also mûres de hay, and in in some of our provincial districts they are known as winter booze, growing on the blackberry wine, which is a trustworthy cordial astringent remedy for looseness of the bowels, may be made thus: measure your berries, and bruise them, and to every gallon of the fruit add a quart of boiling water. Let the mixture stand for 24 hours, occasionally stirring, then strain off the liquid, adding to every gallon a couple of pounds of refined sugar, and keep it in a cask tightly corked till the following October, when it will be ripe and rich. A noted hair dye is said to be made by boiling the leaves of the bramble in strong lye, which then imparts permanently to the hair a soft, black color. Tom Hood, in his humorous way, described a Negro funeral as going a black burying. An American poet graphically tell us earth's full of heaven, and every common bushfire with God! But only they who see take off their shoes, the rest sit round it and pluck blackberries. B-L-U-B-L-L. This, the Agraphis mutans of the lily tribe, is so abundant in English woods and pastures, whilst so widely known and popular with young and old, as to need no description. Hyacinth petals are marked in general with dark spots, resembling in their arrangement the Greek word aiailas, because a youth, beloved by Apollo and killed by an ill wind, was changed into this flower. But the wild hyacinth bears no such character on its petals, and is therefore called non-scriptus. The graceful curl of the petals, not their dark violet color, has suggested to the poet's hyacinth locks. In Walton's Angler, the bluebell is mentioned as culverkeys, the same as calverkeys in Wiltshire. No particular medicinal uses have attached themselves to the wild hyacinth flower as a herbal symbol. The root is round and was formerly prized for its abundant, clammy juice given out when bruised and employed as starch. Miss Pratt refers to this as poisonous, and our poet laureate teaches, in the month when earth and sky are one, to squeeze the bluebell against the adder's bite. When dried and powdered, the root as a styptic is of special virtue to cure the whites of women, in doses of not more than 3 grains at a time. There is hardly, says Sir John Hill, a more powerful remedy. Tennyson has termed the woodland abundance of hyacinths in full springtime as the heavens upbreaking through the earth. On the day of St. George, the patron saint of England, these wild hyacinths tinge the meadows and pastures with their deep blue color, an emblem of the ocean empire, over which England assumes the rule. But the chief charms of the bluebell are its beauty and early appearance. Now, as the winter passed, the rain is over and gone, the flowers appear on the earth, the time for the singing of birds is come, and the voice of the turtle is heard in the land. This earth is one great temple made for worship everywhere. The bells are flowers in sun and shade, which ring the heart to prayer. The city bell takes 7 days to reach the townsman's ear, but he who kneels in nature's ways has Sabbath all the year. The harebell Sive Campanula rotundifolia is the bluebell of Scotland, and nothing rouses a Scot to anger more surely than to exhibit the wild hyacinth as the true bluebell. Bow, beanie, or marsh trefoil. The buckbean or bog bean, which is common enough in stagnant pools and on our spongy bogs, is the most serviceable of all known herbal tonics. It may be easily recognized growing in water by its large leaves overtopping the surface, each being composed of 3 leaflets and resembling the leaf of a Windsor broad bean. The flowers, when in bud, are of a bright rose color, and when fully blown they have the inner surface of their petals thickly covered with a white fringe, on which account the plant is known also as white fluff. The name buckbean is perhaps a corruption of scorbutus, scurvy, this giving it another title, scurvy bean, and it is termed goat's bean, perhaps from the French leboke, a heathen goat. The plant flowers for a month and therefore bears the botanical designation Menianthus antrifoliata for mean, a month, and anthers, flower. It belongs to the gentian tribe, each of which is distinguished by a tonic and appetizing bitterness of taste. The root of the bog bean is the most bitter part, and is therefore selected for medicinal use. It contains a chemical glucoside, menianthin, which consists of glucose and a volatile product, menianthol. For curative purposes, druggists supply an infusion of the herb, and a liquid extracting combination with liquors. These preparations are in moderate doses, strengthening and antiscorbutic, but when given more largely, they are purgative and emetic. Gerard says if the plant be taken with mead, or honeyed water, it is of use against a cough, in which respect it is closely allied to the sundew for relieving whooping, cough after the first feverish stage, or any similar hacking, spasmodic cough, A tincture is made AH8 from the whole plant with spirit of wine, and this proves most useful for clearing obscuration of the sight, when there is a sense, especially in the open air, of a white vibrating mist before the eyes, and therefore it has been given with marked success in early stages of a maurotic paralysis of the retina. The dose should be 3 or 4 drops of the tincture with a tablespoonful of cold water 3 times in the day for a week at a time. Borage. The borage, with its gallant blue flower, is cultivated in our gardens as a pot herb, and is associated in our minds with bees and claret cup. It grows wild in abundance on open plains where the soil is favorable, and it has a long established reputation for cheering the spirits. Botanically, it is the Borago officinalis, this title being a corruption of corgo, that is, cor, the heart, ego, I stimulate, quea cordis affectivus mediter, because it cures weak conditions of the heart. An old Latin adage says, Borago ego gaudia semper ego. I, Borage, bring always courage, or the name may be derived from the Celtic, Borach, a noble person. This plant was the bugloss of the older botanists, and it corresponds to our common bugloss, so called from the shape and bristly surface of its leaves, which resemble bus, glossa, the tongue of an ox. Chemically, the plant borage contains potassium and calcium combined with mineral acids. The fresh juice affords 30%, and the dried herb 3% of nitrate of potash. The stems and leaves supply much salad mucilage, which, when boiled and cooled, likewise deposits nitre and common salt. These crystals, when ignited, will burn with a succession of small sparkling explosions, to the great delight of the schoolboy. And it is to such saline qualities the wholesome, invigorating effects, and the specially refreshing properties of the borage are supposed to be mainly due. For which reason the plant, when taken in salads, as says an old herbalist, doth exhilarate, and make the mind glad, almost in the same way as a bracing sojourn by the seaside during an autumn holiday. The flowers possess cordial virtues, which are very revivifying, and have been much commended against melancholic depression of the nervous system. Burton, in his Anatomy of Melancholy, wrote with reference to the frontispiece of that book, Borage and hellebore fill 2 scenes, sovereign plants to purge the veins of melancholy, and cheer the heart of those black fumes which make it smart, the best medicine that God e'er made for this malady, if well assaid. The sprigs of borage, wrote John Evelyn, are of known virtue to revive the hypochondriac and cheer the heart stupid. According to Dioscorides in Pliny, the borage was that famous Nepenthe of Homer which Polydamas sent to Helen for a token of such rare virtue, that when taken steeped in wine, if wife and children, father and mother, brother and sister, and all thy dearest friends should die before thy face, thou couldst not grieve or shed a tear for them. The bowl of Helen had no other ingredient, as most critics do conjecture, than this of borage, and it was declared of the herb by another ancient author, vinum pitatum quo, sit macerata beglossa morum cerebri decant offer peri true. To enliven the sad with the joy of a joke, give them wine with some borage put in it to soak. The Romans named the borage euphrosina, because when put into a cup of wine it made the drinkers of the same merry and glad. Parkinson says, the seed of borage helpeth nurses to have more store of milk, for which purpose its leaves are most conducive. Its saline constituents promote activity of the kidneys, and for this reason the plant is used in France to carry off catarrhs which are feverish. The fresh herb has a cucumber-like odor, and when compounded with lemon and sugar, added to wine and water, it makes a delicious cool tankard, as a summer drink. A syrup concocted of the flowers, said Gerard, quieteth the lunatic person, and the leaves eaten raw do engender good blood. Of all nectar-loving insects, bees alone know how to pronounce the open sesame of admission to the honey pots of the borage. BRO, the broom or link Edsitis scopareus, is a leguminous shrub which is well known as growing abundantly on open places in our rural districts. The prefix citicis is derived from the name of a Greek island where broom abounded. It formerly bore the name of Plantagenista and gave rise to the historic title Plantagenet. A sprig of its golden blossom was borne by Geoffrey of Anjou and his bonny when going into battle, making him conspicuous throughout the strife. In the Ingoldsby legends it is said of our second King Henry's headdress, with a great sprig of broom, which he bore as a badge in it, he was named from this circumstance Henry Plantagenet. The stalks of the broom, and especially the topmost young twigs, are purgative and act powerfully on the kidneys to increase typically an acid principle, scoporin, and alkaloid, spartane. For medical purposes, these terminal twigs are used to make a decoction which is of great use in dropsy from a weak heart, but it should not be given where congestion of the lungs is present. From half to 1 ounce by weight of the tops should be boiled down in a pint of water to half this quantity, and a wineglassful may be taken as a dose every 4 or 6 hours. For more chronic dropsy, a compound decoction of broom may be given with much benefit. To make this, use broom, tops, and dandelion roots of each half an ounce, boiling them in a pint of water down to half a pint, and towards the last adding half an ounce of bruised juniper berries. When cold, the decoction should be strained, and a wineglassful may be had 3 or 4 times a day. Henry VIII, a prince of famous memory, was wont to drink the distilled water of broom flowers against surfeits and diseases therefrom arising. The flower buds, pickled in vinegar, are sometimes used as capers, and the roasted seeds have been substituted for coffee. Sheep become stupefied or excited when by chance constrained to eat broom tops. The generic name Scoparius is derived from the Latin word scopa, a besom, this signifying a shrub to sweep with. It has been long represented that witches delight to ride therein, and in Holland, if a vessel lying in dock has a besom tied to the top of its mast, this advertises it as in search of a new owner. Hence has arisen the saying about a woman, when seeking a second husband, zich stieket dem besom, she hangs out the broom. There is a tradition in Suffolk and Sussex. If you sweep the house with broom in May, you'll sweep the head of the house away. Allied to the broom, and likewise belonging to the papilionaceous order of leguminous plants, though not affording any known medicinal principle, the yellow gorse collects, or furze grows commonly throughout England on dry exposed plains. It covers these during the flowering season with a gorgeous sheet of yellow blossoms, orange perfumed, and which entirely conceals the rugged brown unsightly branches beneath. Its elastic seed vessels burst with a crackling noise in hot weather and scatter the seeds on all sides. Some, says Parkinson, have used the flowers against the jaundice, but probably only because of their yellow color. The seeds, adds Gerard, are employed in medicines against the stone, and the staying of the lask of laxitas, looseness. They are certainly astringent and contain tannin. In Devonshire the bush is called fuzz and Sussex hawth. The gorse is rare in Scotland, thriving best in our cool, humid climate. In England it is really never out of blossom, not even after a severe frost, giving rise to the well-known saying love is never out of season except when the furze is out of bloom. It is also known as furzebush, furze and wains, being crushed and given as fodder to cattle. The tender shoots are protected from being eaten by herbivorous animals in the same way as are the thistles and the holly, by the angles of the leaves having grown together so as to constitute prickles. 'Twere to cut off an epigram's point, or disfurnish a knight of his spurs, if we foolishly tried to disjoint its arms from the lance, bearing furs. Linnaeus knelt before it on the sod, and for its beauty thanked his God. The butcher's broom, Ruscus aculeatus, or prickly, is a plant of the lily order, which grows chiefly in the south of England, on heathy places and in woods. It bears sharp-pointed, stiff leaves and scarlet berries. The shrub is also known as knee-hoolier, knee-holly, prickly pettigrew, and Jew's myrtle. Butchers make besoms of its twigs, with which to sweep their stalls or blocks, and these twigs are called pungi topi, prickrets, from being used to preserve meat from rats. Jews buy the same for service during the Feast of Tabernacles, and the boffs have been employed for flogging chilblains. The butcher's broom has been claimed by the Earls of Sutherland as the distinguishing badge of their followers and clan. Every Sutherland volunteer wearing a sprig of the bush in his bonnet on field days. This shrub is highly extolled as a free promoter of urine in dropsy and obstructions of the kidneys. A pint of boiling water should be poured on an ounce of the fresh twigs, or on half an ounce of the bruised root, to make an infusion, which may be taken as tea. The root is at first sweet to the taste, and afterwards bitter. Bryony. English hedgerows exhibit bryony of 2 distinct sorts, the white and the black, which differ much, the one from the other, as to medicinal properties, and which belong to separate orders of plants. The white bryony is botanically a cucumber, being of common growth at our roadsides, and often called the white vine. It also bears the name of tetterberry, from curing a disease of the skin known as tetters. It climbs about with long straggling stalks, which attach themselves by spiral tendrils and which produce rough, palmated leaves. Insignificant pale green flowers spring in small clusters from the bottom of these leaves. The round berries are at first green and afterwards brilliantly red. Chemically, the plant contains bryony, a medicinal substance which is intensely bitter, also malate in phosphate of lime with gum, starch, and sugar. The tincture is made from the fresh root collected before the plant flowers, which is found to be of superlative use for the relief of chronic rheumatism, and for subduing active congestions of the serous membranes which line the heart, bag, the ribs, the outer coat of the brain, and which cover the bowels. In the treatment of pleurisy, this tincture is invaluable. 4 drops should be given in a tablespoonful of cold water every 3 or 4 hours. Also for any contused bruising of the skin, and especially for a black eye, to promptly bathe the injured part with a decoction of white bryony root will speedily subdue the swelling, and will prevent discoloration far better than a piece of raw beef applied outside as the remedy most approved in the land. In France, the white bryony is deemed so potent and perilous that its root is named the devil's turnip, Ionavet du diable a. Our English plant, the Bryonia dioica, purges as actively as colocynth if too freely administered. The name bryony is 2,000 years old and comes from a Greek word brune, to shoot forth rapidly. From the incised root of the white bryony exudes a milky juice, which is a purient of action, and which has been commended for epilepsy, as well as for obstructed liver and dropsy. It's also its tincture for chronic constipation. The popular herbal drink known as hop bitters is said to owe many of its supposed virtues to the bryony root substituted for the mandrake which it is alleged to contain. The true mandrake is a gruesome herb which was held in superstitious awe by the Greeks and the Romans. Its root was forked and bears some resemblance to the legs of a man, for which reason the moneymakers of the past increased the likeness and attributed supernatural powers to the plant. It was said to grow only beneath a murderous gibbet, and when torn from the earth by its root, to utter a shriek which none might hear denied. From earliest times in the East, a notion prevailed that the mandrake would remove sterility. With which purpose in view, Rachel said to Lay, give me, I pray thee, of thy son's mandrakes a Genesis sex v. In later times, the bryony has come into use instead of the true mandrake, and it has continued to form a profitable, spurious article with mountebank doctors. In Henry VIII's day, ridiculous little images made from bryony roots, cut into the figure of a man, and with grains of millet inserted into the face's eyes, the same being known as pappets or mamets, were accredited with magical powers, and fetched high prices with simple folk. Italian ladies have been known to pay as much as 30 golden ducats for one of these artificial mandrakes. Readers of Thalaba will remember the fine scene in which Kala procures this plant to form part of the waxen figure of the destroyer. Unscrupulous vendors of the fraudulent articles used to seek out a thriving young bryony plant, and to open the earth round it. Then being prepared with a mood such as is used for making plaster of Paris figures, they fixed it close to the root, and fastened it with wire to keep it in place. Afterwards, by filling the earth up to the root, they left it to assume the required shape, which was generally accomplished in a single summer. The medicinal tincture aged of white bryony, Jai Bryonia alba, is of special service to persons of dark hair and complexion, with firm fiber of flesh, and of a bilious cross, grain temperament. Also it is of particular use for relieving coughs, and colds of a feverish bronchial sort, caught by exposure to the east wind. On the contrary, the catarrhal troubles of sensitive females, and of young children are better met by ipecacuanha. Coughing in a shady grove sat my Juliana, lozenges I gave my love, ipecacuanha. Full 20 from the lozenge box the greedy nymph did pick, then, sighing sadly, said to me, my Damon, I am sick, George Canning, teach IRSS ETPHYLS. In Nemorum broso filis me, fort sedabat, coi malum exausatussus and helicino, nec mora de loculo de prompsi, pixida loevo, ipecacanios, exhibic trocas, illiquidum imprudens medicatos, leniter orbs absorpsit numero bis quater decem, tum tenero ducens suspiria pector dixit, theresi. Me stomachum nausea tristis habet, the black bryony, which likewise grows freely in our hedges, is quite a different plant from its nominal congener. It bears the name of Tamus vulgaris, and belongs to the natural order of yams. It is also called the wild hop, and tedderberry or tedderwort, because because curing the skin disease known as tetters, and further, black bindweed. It has smooth heart-shaped leaves and produces scarlet, elliptical berries larger than those of the white bryonia. A tincture is made aged from the root, stock, with spirit of wine, which proves a most useful application to unbroken chilblains when made into a lotion with water, 1 part to 20. The plant is called black bryonia, size Bryonia nigrad, from its dark leaves and black root. It is not given at all internally, but the acrid pulp of the root has been used as a stimulating plaster. Buktorn. The common buckthorn grows in our woods and thickets, and used to be popularly known because of the purgative syrup made from its juice and berries. It bears dense branches of small green flowers, followed by the black berries, which purge violently. If gathered before they are ripe, they furnish a yellow dye. When ripe, if mixed with gum arabic and lime water, they form the pigment called bladder green. Until late in the present century, Odura ilia messerum, English rustics, when requiring an aperient dose for themselves or their children, had recourse to the syrup of buckthorn. But its action was so severe, and attended with such painful gripings, that as time went on the medicine was discarded, and it is now employed in this respect almost exclusively by the cattle doctor. Doduus taught about buckthorn berries. They be not meet to be administered, but to young and lusty people of the country, which do set more store of their money than their lives. The shrub grows chiefly on chalk and near brooks. The name buckthorn is from the German buckstorn, boxthorn, hartshorn. In Anglo-Saxon, it was here at Bramble. It is also known as waythorn, rainberry thorn, highway thorn, and rhinoberries. Each of the berries contains 4 seeds, and the flesh of birds, which eat thereof, is said to be purgative. When the juice is given medicinally, it causes a bad stomach ache, with much dryness of the throat, for which reason Sydenham always ordered a basin of soup to be given after. Chemically, the active principle of the buckthorn is rhamnocathartin. Likewise, a milder kind of buckthorn, which is much more useful as a symbol, grows freely in England. The Rhamnus frangula, or so-called blackberry-bearing alder, though this appellation is a mistake, because botanically the alder never bears any berries. This black buckthorn is a slender shrub, which occurs in our woods and thickets. The juice of its berries is aperient, without being irritating, and is well suited as a laxative for persons of delicate constitution. It possesses the merit of continuing to answer in smaller doses after the patient has become habituated to its use. The berry of the Rhamnus frangula may be known by its containing only 2 seeds. Country people give the bark boiled and all for jaundice, and this bark is the black dogwood of gunpowder makers. Lately, a certain aperient medicine has become highly popular with both doctors and patients in this country, the same being known as Cascara sagrada. It is really an American buckthorn, the Rhamnus persiana, and it possesses no true advantage over our black elder buckthorn, though the bark of this latter must be used a year old, or it will cause griping. A fluid extract of the English mild buckthorn, or of the American cascara, is made by our leading druggists, of which from half to 1 teaspoonful may be given for a dose. This is likewise a tonic to the intestines, and is especially useful for relieving piles. Lozenges also of the alder buckthorn are dispensed under the name of aperient fruit lozenges, 1, or perhaps 2, being taken for a dose as required. There is a sea buckthorn, hippophoe, which belongs to a different natural order, Alognacea, a low shrubby tree growing on sand hills and cliffs, called also sallothorn. The fruit is made into a pleasant jelly, because of its acid flavor, and used in the Gulf of Bothnia for concocting a fish sauce. The name signifies giving light to a horse, being conferred because of a supposed power to cure equine blindness, or it may mean shining underneath, in allusion to the silvery underside of the leaf. The old-fashioned cathartic buckthorn of our hedges and woods has spinous, thorny branchlets, from which its name, rhamnus, is thought to be derived, because the shrub is set with thorns like as the ram. At one time this buckthorn was a botanical puzzle, even to royalty, as the following lines assure us, haecum, heridicum, all clothed in green. The king could not tell it, no more could the queen. So they sent to consult wise men from the east, who said it had horns, though it was not a beast. Biarneta saxifragio seat pimpernum. Phytoparchipe, the most common buttercup of our fields, Ranunculus bulbosus, needs no detailed description. It belongs to the order termed Ranunculaceae, so called from the Latin rana, a frog, because the several varieties of this genus grow in moist places where frogs abound. Under the general name of buttercups are included the creeping ranunculus of moist meadows, the ranunculus acris, hunger weed, or meadow crowfoot, so named from the shape of the leaf, and the ranunculus bulbosus mentioned above. King cop signifies a resemblance between the unexpanded flower bud and a stud of gold, such as a king would wear, so likewise the folded calyx is named gold cup, gold knob, and cuckoo-bud. The term buttercup has become conferred through a mistaken notion that this flower gives butter a yellow color through the cows feeding on it, or perhaps from the polished, oily surface of the petals. The designation really signifies button cup or button door, the bachelor's button, this terminal syllable, cup, being corrupted from the Old English word cop, a head. It really means button head. The buttercup generally is known in Wiltshire and the adjoining counties as crazy or crazies, being reckoned by some as an insane plant calculated to produce madness, or as a corruption of Christ's aim. A burning acridity of taste is the common characteristic of the several varieties of the buttercup. In its fresh state, the ordinary field buttercup is so acrimonious that by merely pulling up the plant by its root and carrying it some little distance in the hand, the palm becomes reddened and inflamed. Cows will not eat it unless very hungry, and then the mouth of the animal becomes sore and blistered. The leaves of the buttercup, when bruised and applied to the skin, produce a blistering of the outer cuticle, with a discharge of a watery fluid, and with heat, redness, and swelling. If these leaves are masticated in the mouth, they will induce pains like a stitch between the ribs and the side, with the sharp catchings of neuralgic rheumatism. A medicinal tincture is made at Acha from the bulbous buttercup with spirit of wine, which will, as a similar, cure shingles very expeditiously. Both the outbreak of small watery pimples clustered together at the side, and the accompanying sharp pains between the ribs. Also, this tincture will promptly relieve neuralgic side H and pleurisy, which is of a passive sort. From 6 to 8 drops of the tincture may be taken with a tablespoonful of cold water by an adult 3 or 4 times a day for either of the aforesaid purposes. In France, this plant is called jaunette. Buttercups are most probably the cuckoo buds immortalized by Shakespeare. The fresh leaves of the crowfoot formed a part of the famous cancer cure of Mr. Plunkett in 1794. This cure comprised crowfoot leaves, freshly gathered, and dog's foot fennel leaves of each an ounce, with 1 drachm of white arsenic levigated, and with 5 scruples of flowers of sulfur, all beaten together into a paste, and dried by the sun in balls, which were then powdered, and, being mixed with yolk of egg, were applied on pieces of pig's bladder. The juice of the common buttercup sessa bulbosus, known sometimes as St. Anthony's turnip, if applied to the nostrils, will provoke sneezing, and will relieve passive headache in this way. The leaves have been applied as a blister to the wrists in rheumatism, and when infused in boiling water, as a poultice over the pit of the stomach as a counter irritant. For sciatica, the tincture of the bulbous buttercup has proved very helpful. The ranunculus flammata, spearwood, has been used to produce a slight blistering effect by being put under a limpet shell against the skin of the part to be relieved, until some smarting and burning have been sensibly produced, with incipient vesication of the outermost skin. The ranunculus celeratus, marsh crowfoot, or celery-leaved buttercup, called in France herb sardonique, and grenoilette d'eau, when made into a tincture ZHA with spirit of wine, and given in small diluted doses, proves curative of stitch in the side, and of neuralgic pains between the ribs, likewise of pleurisy without feverishness. The dose should be 5 drops of the 3rd decimal tincture with a spoonful of water every 3 or 4 hours. This plant grows commonly at the sides of our pools, and in wet ditches, bearing numerous small yellow flowers, with petals scarcely longer than the calyx. G.B.A.G. The time has come, as the walrus said in Alice in the Looking Glass, to talk of many things, of shoes and ships, and sealing wax, of cabbages and kings. The cabbage, which is fabled to have sprung from the tears of the Spartan lawgiver, Lycurgus, began as the colewort, and was for 600 years, according to Pliny and Cato, the only internal remedy used by the Romans. The Ionians had such a veneration for cabbages that they swore by them, just as the Egyptians did by the onion. With ourselves, the wild cabbage, growing on our English sea cliffs, is the true collet, or colewort, from which have sprung all our varieties of cabbage, cauliflower, greens, broccoli, etc. No vegetables were grown for the table in England before the time of Henry VIII. In the 13th century, it was the custom to salt vegetables because they were so scarce, and in the 16th century a cabbage from Holland was deemed a choice present. The whole tribe of cabbages is named botanically O. brassicaceo, apo tu brassine, because they heat or ferment. By natural order they are cruciferous plants, and all contain much nitrogen, or vegetable albumin, with a considerable quantity of sulfur. Hence they tend strongly to putrefaction, and when decomposed their odor is very offensive. Being cut into pieces and pressed close in a tub with aromatic herbs and salt, so as to undergo an acescent fermentation, which is arrested at that stage, cabbages form the German sauerkraut, which is strongly recommended against scurvy. The white cabbage is most putricidal, the red most emollient and pectoral. The juice of the red cabbage made into syrup, without any condiments, is useful in chronic coughs and in bronchial asthma. The leaves of the common white cabbage, when gently bruised and applied to a blistered surface, will promote a free discharge, as also when laid next the skin and dropsy of the ankles. All the coleworts are called cranby, from crambos, dry, because they dispel drunkenness. There is, says an old author, a natural amity between the colewort and the vine, which is such that the vine, if growing near unto it, withereth and perisheth. If wine be poured into the colewort while it is boiling, it will not be any more boiled, and the color thereof will be quite altered. The generic term colewort is derived from collis, the stalk, and wort, as applied to all kinds of herbs that do serve for the pot. Good words, exclaimed Falstaff, catching at Evan's faulty pronunciation of words. Good words, good cabbages. An Irish cure for sore throat is to tie cabbage leaves round it, and the same remedy is applied in England with hot cabbage leaves for a swollen face. In the island of Jersey, coarse cabbages are grown abundantly on patches of roadside ground, and in corners of fields, the stalks of which attain the height of 8, 10, or more feet, and are used for making walking sticks or cans and tiges to chowks. These are in great demand on the island, and are largely exported. It may be that a specially tall cabbage of this sort gave rise to the fairy tale of Jack and the bean stalk. The word cabbage bears reference to kaba, a head, as signifying a colewort which forms a round head. Cole rabi, from colo, rapa, cabbage turnip, is a name given to the Brassica oleracea. In 1590, 5 the sum of 20 shillings was paid for 6 cabbages and a few carrots at the port of Hull by the purveyor to the Clifford family. The red cabbage is thought in France to be highly antiscorbutic, and a syrup is made from it with this purpose in view. The juice of white cabbage leaves will cure warts. The Brassica oleracea is one of the plants used in Count Matte's vaunted nostrum, anti-scrofulosum. This, the sea cabbage, with its pale clusters of handsome yellow flowers, is very ornamental to our cliffs. Its leaves, which are conspicuously purple, have a bitter taste when uncooked, but become palatable for boiling if first repeatedly washed, and they are sold at Dover as a market vegetable. These should be boiled in 2 waters, of which the first will be made laxative, and the second, or thicker decoction, astringent, which fact was known to Hippocrates, who said just callis solvet cujus substantia stringent. Sir Anthony Ashley brought the cabbage into English cultivation. It is said a cabbage is sculptured at his feet on his monument in Wimborne Minster, Dorset. He imported the cabbage from Cadiz, where he held a command and grew rich by seizing other men's possessions, notably by appropriating some jewels entrusted to his care by a lady. Hence he is said to have got more by cales than by kale, and this is, perhaps, the origin of our term to cabbage. Among tailors, this phrase to cabbage is a cant saying which means to filch the cloth when cutting out for a customer. Arbuthnot writes your tailor, instead of shreds, cabbages whole yards of cloth. Perhaps the word comes from the French cabasser, to put into a basket. From the seed of the wild cabbage rape, seed oil is extracted, and the residue is called rape cake, or oil cake. Some years ago it was customary to bake bread, rolls wrapped in cabbage leaves, for imparting what was considered an agreeable flavor. John Evelyn said, in general, cabbages are thought to allay fumes, and to prevent intoxication, but some will have them noxious to the sight. After all, it must be confessed the cabbage is greatly to be accused for lying undigested in the stomach, and for provoking irritations, which makes one wonder at the veneration the ancients had for it, calling the tribe divine, and swearing per brassicam, which was for 600 years held by the Romans a panacea, though discrambi thanatos, death by twice cabbage, was a Greek proverb. Gerard says the Greeks called the cabbage amethystos, not only because it driveth away drunkenness, but also for that it is like in color to the precious stone called the amethyst. The cabbage was Pompey's best beloved dish. To make a winter salad, it is customary in America to choose a firm white cabbage and to shred it very fine, serving it with a dressing of plain oil and vinegar. This goes by the name of slaw, which has a Dutch origin. The free presence of hydrogen and sulfur causes a very strong and unpleasant smell to pervade the house during the cooking of cabbages. Nevertheless, this sulfur is a very salutary constituent of the vegetable, most useful in scurvy and scrofula. Partridge and cabbage suit the patrician table. Bacon and cabbage better please the taste than the requirements of the proletariat. The nitrogen of this and other cruciferous plants serves to make them emit offensive stinks when they lie out of doors and rot. For the purulent scrofulous ophthalmic inflammation of infants, by cleansing the eyes thoroughly every half hour with warm water, and then packing the sockets each time with fresh cabbage leaves cleaned and bruised to a soft pulp, the flow of matter will be increased for a few days, but a cure will be soon effected. Pliny commended the juice of the raw cabbage with a little honey for sore and inflamed eyes which were moist and weeping, but not for those which were dry and dull. In Kent and Sussex, when a cabbage is cut and the stalk left in the ground to produce greens for the table, the cottager will carve an X on the top flat surface of the upright stalk, and thus protect it against mischievous garden sprites and demons. Some half a century ago medical apprentices were taught the art of blood, letting by practicing with a lancet on the prominent veins of a cabbage leaf. Carlyle said of all plants the cabbage grows fastest to completion. His parable of the oak and the cabbage conveys the lesson that those things which are most richly endowed when they come to perfection are the slowest in their production and development. Tapicaicum, the capsicum or bird pepper or guinea pepper, is a native of tropical countries, but it has been cultivated throughout Great Britain as a stove plant for so many years as to have become practically indigenous. Moreover, its fruit pods are so highly useful, whether as a condiment or as a medicine, no apology is needed for including it among serviceable herbal simples. The cayenne pepper of our tables is the powdered fruit of bird pepper, a variety of the capsicum plant, and belonging likewise to the order of solanaes. Whilst the customary hot pickle which we take with our cold meats is prepared from another variety of the capsicum plant called chilies. This plant, the bird pepper, exercises an important medicinal action, which has only been recently recognized by doctors. The remarkable success which has attended the use of cayenne pepper as a substitute for alcohol with hard drinkers, and as a valuable drug in delirium treatments, has lately led physicians to regard the capsicum as a highly useful, stimulating, and restorative medicine for an intemperate person who really desires to wean himself from taking spirituous liquors and yet feels to need a substitute at first. A mixture of tincture of capsicum with tincture of orange peel and water will answer very effectually, the doses being reduced in strength and frequency from day to day. In delirium treatments, if the tincture of capsicum be given in doses of half, a dram well diluted with water, it will reduce the tremor and agitation in a few hours, inducing presently a calm, prolonged sleep. At the same time, the skin will become warm and will perspire naturally. The pulse will fall in quickness, but whilst regaining fullness and volume, and the kidneys, together with the bowels, will act freely. Chemically, the plant furnishes an essential oil with a crystalline principle, capsaicin, of great power. This oil may be taken remedially in doses of from half to 1 drop rubbed up with some powdered white sugar and mixed with a wineglassful of hot water. The medicinal tincture is made with 16 grains of the powdered capsicum to a fluid ounce of spirit of wine, and the dose of this tincture is from 5 to 20 drops with 1 or 2 tablespoonfuls of water. In the smaller doses, it serves admirably to relieve pains in the loins when depending on a sluggish inactivity of the kidneys. Unbroken chilblains may be readily cured by rubbing them once a day with a piece of sponge saturated with the tincture of capsicum until a strong tingling is induced. In the early part of the present century, a medicine of capsicum with salt was famous for curing severe influenza with putrid sore throat. 2 dessert spoonfuls of small red pepper or 3 of ordinary cayenne pepper, were beaten together with 2 of fine salt into a paste, and with half a pint of boiling water added thereto. Then the liquor was strained off when cold, and half a pint of very sharp vinegar was mixed with it, a tablespoonful of the united mixture being given to an adult every half, or full hour, diluted with water if too strong. For inflammation of the eyes, with a relaxed state of the membranes covering the eyeballs and lining the lids, the diluted juice of the capsicum is a sovereign remedy. Again, for toothache from a decayed molar, a small quantity of cayenne pepper introduced into the cavity will often give immediate relief. The tincture or infusion given in small doses has proved useful to determine outwardly the eruption of measles and scarlet fever when imperfectly developed because of weakness. Also for a scrofulous discharge of matter from the ears, capsicum tincture of a weak strength, 4 drops with a tablespoonful of cold water 3 times a day to a child will prove curative. A capsicum ointment, or chili paste, scarcely ever fails to relieve chronic rheumatism when rubbed in topically for 10 minutes at a time with a gloved hand, and an application afterwards of dry heat will increase the redness and warmth, which persist for some while, and are renewed by walking. This ointment, or paste, is made of the oleo resin, capsicum ½ an ounce, and lanolin 5 ounces, the unguent being melted, and after adding the capsicum, letting them be stirred together until cold. The powder or tincture of capsicum will give energy to a languid digestion, and will correct the flatulency often incidental to a vegetable diet. Again, a gargle containing capsicum in a proper measure will afford prompt relief in many forms of sore throat, both by its stimulating action and by virtue of its special affinities AH. This particularly holds good for a relaxed state of the throat, the uvula, and the tonsils. Cayenne pepper is employed in the adulteration of gin. The Peter Piper of our young memories took pickled pepper by the peck. He must have been a homeopathic prover with a vengeance, but has left no useful record of his experiments. The more's the pity for our guidance when prescribing its diluted forms. Caraway. The common caraway is a herb of the umbelliferous order found growing on many waste places in England, though not a true native of Great Britain. Its well-known aromatic seeds should be always at hand in the cupboard of every British housewife. The plant got its name from inhabiting Caria, a province of Asia Minor. It is now cultivated for commerce in Kent and Essex, and the essential oil distilled from the homegrown fruit is preferred in this country. The medicinal properties of the caraway are cordial and comforting to the stomach and colic, and in flatulent indigestion, for which troubles a dose of from 2 to 4 drops of the essential oil of caraway may be given on a lump of sugar, or in a teaspoonful of hot water. For Iraq, in some districts the country people pound up the crumb of a loaf hot from the oven, together with a handful of bruised caraway seeds, then wetting the whole with some spirit, they apply it to the affected part. The plant has been long naturalized in England, and was known here in Shakespeare's time, who mentions it in the 2nd part of Henry IV. Thus come, Cousin Silence. We will eat a pippin of last year's graffing, with a dish of caraways, and then to bed. The seeds grow numerously in the small flat flowers, placed thickly together on each floral plateau, or umbel, and are best known to us in seed cake and in caraway comfits. They are really the dried fruit, and possess, when rubbed in a mortar, a warm aromatic taste, with a fragrant spicy smell. Caraway comfits consist of these fruits encrusted with white sugar, but why the wife of a comfit maker should be given to swearing, as Shakespeare avers, it is not easy to see. The young roots of caraway plants may be sent to table like parsnips. They warm and stimulate a cold, languid stomach. These mixed with milk and made into bread formed the char of Julius Caesar, eaten by the soldiers of Valerius. Chemically, the volatile oil obtained from caraway seeds consists of carvin and a hydrocarbon, carvine, which is a sort of camphor. Dioscorides long ago advised the oil for pale-faced girls, and modern ladies have not disregarded the counsel. From 6 pounds of the unbruised seeds, 4 ounces of the pure essential oil can be expressed. In Germany, the peasants flavor their cheese, soups, and household bread, Jaeger, with the caraway, and this is not a modern custom. For an old Latin author says, Semina carui sedis communitor adventur ad condiendum panem, et rustica nostrates estent jusculum pain, seminibus caraway, and ceravisa coctum. The Russians and Germans make from caraways a favorite liquor company, and the Germans add them as a flavoring condiment to their their sauerkraut. In France, caraways enter into the composition of La Hoyle de Venus and of other renowned cordials. An ounce of the bruised seeds infused for 6 hours in a pint of cold water makes a good caraway julep for infants, from 1 to 3 teaspoonfuls for a dose. It consumeth wind, and is delightful to the stomach. The powdered seed put into a poultice taketh away black, blue spots of blows and bruises. The oil or seeds of caraway do sharpen vision, and promote the secretion of milk. Therefore dim-sighted men and nursing mothers may courageously indulge in seed cake. The name caraway comes from the Gallic caro, a ship, because of the shape which the fruit takes. By cultivation the root becomes more succulent, and the fruit larger, whilst more oily, and therefore acquiring an increase of aromatic taste and odor. In Germany the seeds are given for hysterical affections, being finely powdered and mixed with ginger, and salt to spread with butter on bread. As a draught for flatulent colic, 20 grains of the powdered seeds may be taken with 2 teaspoonfuls of sugar in a wineglassful of hot water. Caraway seed cake was formerly a standing institution at the feasts given by farmers to their laborers at the end of wheat sowing. But narcotic effects have been known to follow the chewing of caraway seeds in a large quantity, such as 3 ounces at a time. As regards its stock of honey, the caraway may be termed, like urea heap, and in a double sense, truly umbel. The diminutive florets on its flat disc are so shallow that Lepidopterous and Hymenopterous insects, with their long proboscis, stand no chance of getting the meal. They fare as poorly as the stork did in the fable, whom the fox invited to dinner served on a soup plate. As Sir John Lubbock has shown, out of 50, 5 visitants to the caraway plant for nectar, 1 moth, 9 bees, 20, 1 flies, and 20, 4 miscellaneous midges constituted the dinner party. See a mile. No simple in the whole catalogue of herbal medicines is possessed of a quality more friendly and beneficial to the intestines than chamomile flowers. This herb was well known to the Greeks, who thought it had an odor like that of apples, and therefore they named it earth apple from 2 of their words, kamai, on the ground, and melon, an apple. The Spaniards call it manzanilla, from a little apple, and they give the same name to one of their lightest sherries flavored with this plant. The flowers, or blows of the chamomile belong to the daisy genus, having an outer fringe of white ray florets, with a central yellow disc, in which lies the chief medicinal virtue of the plant. In the cultivated chamomile the white petals increase, while the yellow center diminishes. Thus it is that the curative properties of the wild chamomile are the more powerful. The true chamomile is to be distinguished from the bitter chamomile as Geomatricaria chamomilla, which has weaker properties and grows erect, with several flowers at a level on the same stalk. The true chamomile grows prostrate and produces but 1 flowers with a convex, not conical, yellow disci from each stem, whilst its leaves are divided into hair-like segments. The flowers exhale a powerful aromatic smell and present a peculiar bitter to the taste. When distilled with water, they yield a small quantity of most useful essential oil, which, if fresh and good, is always of a bluish color. It should be green or blue, and not faded to yellow. This oil is a mixture of ethers, among which chamomile, or the valerianate of Buddha, predominates. Medicinally, it serves to lower nervous excitability reflected from some organ in trouble, but remote from the part where the pain is actually felt. So it is very useful for such spasmodic coughs as are due to indigestion, also for distal neuralgia, pains in the head or limbs from the same cause, and for nervous colic bowels. The oil may be given in doses of from 2 to 4 drops on a lump of sugar, or in a dessert spoonful of milk. An officinal tincture, Tinctura anthemetis, is made from the flowers of the true chamomile Danthumus nobilis with rectified spirit of wine. The dose of this is from 3 to 10 drops with a spoonful of water. It serves usefully to correct the summer diarrhea of children, or that which occurs during teething, when the stools are green, slimy, and parti-colored. The true chamomile, the bitter chamomile, and the feverfew are most obnoxious to flies and mosquitoes. An infusion of their respective leaves and spirit would, if used as a wash to the face, arms, or any exposed part of the body, protect effectually from all attack by these petty foes, which are quaintly described in an old version of our Bible as the pestilence that walketh in the darkness, and the bug that destroyeth at noonday. Chamomile tea is an excellent stomachic when taken in moderate doses of half a teacupful at a time. It should be made by pouring half pint of boiling water on half, an ounce of the dried flower heads, and letting this stand for 15 minutes. A special tincture AH of chamomilla is made from the bitter chamomile, which when given in small doses of 3 or 4 drops in a dessert spoonful of cold water every hour, will signally relieve severe neuralgic pains, particularly if they are aggravated at night. Likewise, this remedy will quickly cure restlessness, fretfulness, and children from teething, and who refuse to be soothed save by being carried about. The name matricaria of the bitter chamomile is derived from Mater Cara, beloved mother, because the herb is dedicated to Saint Anne, the reputed mother of the Virgin Mary, or from matrix, as meaning the womb. This herb may be known from the true chamomile because having a large yellow conical disc and no scales on the receptacles. Chamomile tea is also an excellent drink for giving to aged persons an hour or more before dinner. Francatelli directs that it should be made thus: put about 30 flowers into a jug and pour a pint of boiling water on them. Cover up the tea, and when it has stood for about 10 minutes, pour it off from the flowers into another jug, and sweeten with sugar or honey. A teacupful of this chamomile tea, into which is stirred a large dessert spoonful of moist sugar, with a little grated ginger added, will answer the purpose now indicated. For outward application, to relieve inflammatory pains or congestive neuralgia, hot fomentations made of the infused chamomile blows are invaluable. Bags may be loosely stuffed with the flowers and steeped well in boiling water before being applied. But for internal use, the infusion and the extract of the herb are comparatively useless, because much of the volatile essential oil is dissipated by boiling or by dry heat. This oil made into pills with bread crumbs, given whilst fasting 2 hours before a meal, will effectually dispel intestinal worms. True chamomile flowers may be known from spurious ones which have no bracts on the receptacle when the florets are removed. It is remarkable that each chamomile is a plant physician, as nothing contributes so much to the health of a garden as a number of chamomile herbs dispersed about it. Singularly enough, if another plant is drooping and apparently dying, in 9 cases out of 10 it will recover if you place a herb of chamomile near it. The stinking chamomile Xanthonus cotula, or mayweed, grows in cornfields, having a fetid smell, and often blistering the hand which gathers it. Another name which it bears is dog's fennel, because of the disagreeable odor and the leaf resembling fennel. Similar uses may be made of it as with the other chamomiles, but less effectively. It has solitary flowers with erect stems. Drive Shaw declares that the chamomile is not only a preventive of nightmare, but the sole certain remedy for this complaint. As a carminative injection for tiresome flatulence, it has been found eminently beneficial to employ chamomile flowers boiled in tripe broth and strained through a cloth, and with a few drops of the oil of aniseed added to the decoction. Falstaff says in Henry V, "True though chamomile, the more it is trodden on the faster it grows, yet youth, the more it is wasted the sooner it wears. For coarse feeders and drunkards, chamomile is peculiarly suitable. Its infusion will cut short an attack of delirium tremens in the early stage." Gerard found the oil of the flowers a remedy against all weariness, and quaint old Culpeper reminds us that the Egyptians dedicated the chamomile to the sun because it cured AIDS. He slyly adds they were like enough to do it, for they were the arrantest apes in their religion I ever read of, Carauti. Our garden carrot, or doke, is a cultivated variety of the Delucus sylvestris, or wild carrot, an umbelliferous plant which groweth of itself in untilled places, and is called philtron because it serveth for love matters. This wild carrot may be found abundantly in our fields and on the seashore, the term carrot being Celtic, and signifying red of color, or perhaps derived from caro, flesh, because this is a fleshy vegetable. Daucus is from the Greek deo, to burn, on account of the pungent and stimulating qualities. It is common also on our roadsides, being popularly known as bee's nest, because the stems of its flowering head, or umbel, form a concave semicircle, or nest, which bees, when belated from the hive, will use as a dormitory. The small purple flower which grows in the middle of the umbel has been found beneficial for the cure of epilepsy. The juice of the carrot contains carotine in red crystals, also pectin albumin, and a particular volatile oil, on which the medicinal properties of the root depend. The seeds are warm and aromatic to the taste, whilst they are slightly diuretic. A tea made from the whole plant, and taken each night and morning, is excellent when the lithic acid, or gouty disposition prevails, with the deposit of a brick, dust sediment in the urine on its becoming cool. The chief virtues of carrots lie in the strong antiseptic qualities they possess, which prevent all putrescent changes within the body. In Suffolk they were given long since as a secret specific for preserving and restoring the wind of horses, but cows if fed long on them will make bloody urine. Wild carrots are superior medicinally to those of the cultivated kind. Carrot sugar got from the inspissated juice of the roots may be used at table, and is good for the coughs of consumptive children. The seeds of the wild carrot were formerly esteemed as a specific remedy for jaundice, and in Savoy the peasants now give an infusion of the roots for the same purpose. Whilst this infusion has served to prevent stone in the bladder throughout several years, when the patient had been previously subject to frequent attacks. Carrots boiled sufficiently and mashed into a pulp, when applied directly to a putrid, indolent sore, will sweeten and heal it. The carrot poultice was first used by Sulzer for mitigating the pain and correcting the stench of full ulcers. Raw scraped carrot is an excellent plaster for chapped nipples. At Vichy, where derangements of the liver and of the biliary digestion are particularly treated, carrots in one or another form are served at every meal, whether in soup or as a vegetable, and considerable efficacy of cure is attributed to them. In the time of Parkinson, the leaves of the carrot were thought to be so ornamental that ladies wore them as a headdress instead of feathers. A good British wine may be brewed from the roots of the carrot, and very tolerable bread may be prepared for travelers from these roots when dried and powdered. Pectic acid can be extracted by the chemist from carrots, which will solidify plain sugared water into a wholesome appetizing jelly. 1 part of this pectic acid dissolved in a little hot water, and added to make 300 parts of warm water, is soon converted into a mass of trembling jelly. The yellow core of the carrot is the part which is difficult of digestion with some persons, not the outer red layer. Before the French Revolution, the sale of carrots and oranges was prohibited in the Dutch markets because of the unpopular aristocratic color of these commodities. In 1,000 parts of a carrot there are 95 of sugar and only 3 of starch. In country districts, raw carrots are sometimes given to children for expelling worms, probably because the vegetable matter passes mechanically through the body unchanged and scores it. Remember William, says Sir Hugh Evans in The Merry Wives of Windsor, vocative as carrot, and that, replies Mrs. Quickly, is a good root. The man in the moon drinks claret, but he is a dull jack, a dandy. Would he know a sheep's head from a carrot, he should learn to drink cider and brandy. Song of Mad Tom in Midsummer Night's Dream. C-on-I-D is greater, lesser. This latter flower is a conspicuous herald of spring, which is strikingly welcome to everyone living in the country throughout England, and a stranger to know. The pilewort, or lesser celandine, bespangles all our banks with its brilliant, glossy, golden stars, coming into blossom on or about March 7th, St. Perpetua's Day. They are a timely toxin for 5 o'clock tea, because punctually at that hour they shut up their showy petals until 9 meters. On the following morning, the well-known little herb, with its heart-shaped leaves, is a ranunculus, and bears the affix ficaria from its curative value in the malady called ficus, a red sore in the fundament. The popular title, pilewort from pila, a ball, was probably first acquired because, after the doctrine of signatures, the small oval tubercles attached to its stringy roots were supposed to resemble to cured piles. Nevertheless, it has been since proved practically that the whole plant, when bruised and made into an ointment with fresh lard, is really useful for healing piles, as likewise when applied to the part in the form of a poultice or hot fermentation. There be those also who think that if the herb be but carried about by one that hath the piles, the pain forthwith ceaseth. It has sometimes happened that the small white tubercles collected about the roots of the plant, when washed bare by heavy rains, and lying free on the ground, have given rise to a supposed shower of wheat. After flowering, the pilewort withdraws its substance of leaf and stem into a small rounded tube underground, so as to withstand the heat of summer and the cold of the subsequent winter, with the acrid juice of this herb, and of others belonging to the same ranunculus order. Beggars in England used to produce sores about their body for the sake of exciting pity and getting alms. They afterwards cured these sores by applying fresh mullein leaves to heal them. The lesser celandine furnishes a golden yellow volatile oil, which is readily converted into anemonic acid. Wordsworth specially loved this lesser celandine, and turned his lyre to sing its praises. There is a flower that shall be mine, etis the little celandine. I will sing as doth behove hymns in praise of what I love. In token of which affectionate regard these flowers have been carved on the white marble of his tomb. The greater celandine, or colydanum, though growing freely in our waste places and hedgerows, is perhaps scarcely so well known as its diminutive namesake. Yet most persons acquainted with our ordinary rural plants have repeatedly come across this conspicuous herb, which exudes a bright yellow juice when bruised. It has sharply cut vivid leaves of a dull green, with a small blossom of brilliant yellow, and is not altogether unlike a buttercup, though growing to the height of a couple of feet. But this celandine belongs to the poppy tribe, whilst the buttercup is a ranunculus. The technical name of the greater celandine, Chelidone, comes from the Greek word chelidon, a swallow, because of an ancient tradition that the bird makes use of this herb to open the eyes of its young, or to restore their sight when it has been lost. Tacitus Pullus hac luminameter horundo quambus sint maruit. The ancients entertained a strong belief that birds are gifted with a knowledge of herbs. The woodpecker, for instance, seeking out the springwort to remove obstructions, and the linnet making use of the eyebright to restore its vision. Queen Elizabeth in the 46th year of her age was attacked with such a grievous toothache that she could obtain no rest by night or day because of the torture she endured. The lords of her council decided on sending for an outlandish physician named Tinnitus, who was famous for curing this agonizing pain. He advised that when all was said and done, if the tooth was hollow, it were best to have it drawn, but as her majesty could not bring herself to submit to the use of chirurgical instruments, he suggested that the chelidonius major, our greater celandine, should be put into the tooth, and this stopped with wax, which would so loosen the tooth that in a short time it might be pulled out with the fingers. Aylmer, Bishop of London, tried to encourage the Queen by telling her that though he was an old man and had not many teeth to spare, she should see a practical experiment made on himself. Thereupon he bade the surgeon who was in attendance extract one of his teeth in Her Majesty's presence. This plant, the Chelidonium majus, is still used in Suffolk for toothache by way of fermentation. It goes also by the name of fenugreek, Phosinphonum groccum, yellow spit, Grecian hay, and by that of tetterwort. The root contains chemically chelidonium and sanguinary. On the doctrine of signatures, the herb, because of its bright orange-colored juice, was formerly believed to be curative of jaundice. A medicinal tincture H2 made from the entire plant with spirit of wine is at the present time held in high esteem by many physicians for overcoming torpid conditions of the liver. 8 or 10 drops of this tincture, or of the fresh juice of the plant, may be given for a dose 3 times in the day in sweetened water, when bilious yellowness of the skin is present, with itching, and with clayey stools, dark thick urine, constipation, and a pain in the right shoulder, also for neuralgia of the head and face on the right side. It is certainly remarkable that though the fanciful theory of choosing curative plants by their signatures has been long since exploded, yet doctors of today select several yellow medicines for treating biliary disorders, to wit, this greater celandine with its acreous juice, the yellow barberry, the dandelion, the golden seal, the marigold orange, saffron, and tomato. Animals poisoned by the greater celandine have developed active and pernicious congestion of the lungs and liver. Clusius found by experience that the juice of the greater celandine, when squeezed into small green wounds of what sort soever, wonderfully cured them. If the juice to the bigness of a pin's head be dropped into the eye in the morning in bed, it takes away outward specks, and stops incipient suffusions. Also, if the yellow juice is applied to warts or to corns, first gently scraped, it will cure them promptly, painlessly. The greater celandine is by genus closely allied to the horned poppy, which grows so abundantly on our coasts. Its tincture given in small doses proves of considerable service in whooping, cough when very spasmodic. Curious remedies for this complaint have found rustic favor in Yorkshire old broth is considered to be a specific. Again, in Gloucestershire, a roasted mouse is given to be eaten by the patient, and in Staffordshire the child is made to look at the new moon whilst the right hand of the nurse is rubbed up and down its bare belly. C-L-R-Y. The parsleys are botanically named Selenon, and by some verbal accident, through the middle letter N in this word being changed into R, making it celeron, or, in the Italian, celery. Our celery obtained its title. It is a cultivated variety of the common smallage, see small he, or wild celeriche to Apium graveolens, which grows abundantly in moist English ditches or in water. This is an umbelliferous herb, unwholesome as a food, and having a coarse root with a faded smell. But, like many others of the same natural order, when transplanted into the garden and bleached, it becomes aromatic and healthful, making an excellent condimentary vegetable. But more than this, the cultivated celery may well take rank as a curative herbal simple. Derived Pereira has shown us that it contains sulfur as freely as do the cruciferous plants, mustard and the cresses. In 1879, Mr. Gibson Ward, then president of the Vegetarian Society, wrote some letters to the Times, which commanded much attention, about celery as a food and a medicament. Celery, said he, when cooked, is a very fine dish, both as a nutriment and as a purifier of the blood. I will not attempt to enumerate all the marvelous cures I have made with celery, lest medical men should be worrying me in mass. Let me fearlessly say that rheumatism is impossible on this diet, and yet English doctors in 1876 allowed rheumatism to kill 3,640 human beings, every death being as unnecessary as is a dirty face. The seeds of our sweet celery are carminative and act on the kidneys. An admirable tincture is made from these seeds when bruised with spirit of wine, of which a teaspoonful may be taken 3 times a day, with a spoonful or 2 of water. The root of the wild celery, smallage, or marsh parsley was reckoned by the ancients one of the 5 great aperient roots, and was employed in their diet drinks. The great parsley is the large age, or large action. As a strange inconsistency, the Romans adorned the heads of their guests, and the tombs of their dead with crowns of the smallage. Our cultivated celery is a capital instance of fact that most of the poisonous plants call, by human ingenuity, be so altered in character as to become eminently serviceable for food or medicine. Thus, the wild celery, which is certainly poisonous when growing exposed to daylight, becomes most palatable, and even beneficial, by having its edible leaf stalks earthed up and bleached during their time of cultivation. Derived Pereira says the digestibility of celery is increased by its maceration in vinegar. As taken at table, celery possesses certain qualities which tend to soothe the nervous irritability and to relieve sick headaches. This herb celery is for its high and grateful taste, says John Evelyn in his Acetaria, ever placed in the middle of the grand salad at our great men's tables and our praetors' feasts, as the grace of the whole board. It contains some sugar and a volatile odorous principle, which in the wild plant smells and tastes strongly and disagreeably. The characteristic odor and flavor of the cultivated plant are due to this essential oil, which has now become of modified strength and qualities. Also, when freshly cut, it affords albumin, starch, mucilage, and mineral matter. Why celery accompanies cheese at the end of dinner it is not easy to see. This is as much a puzzle as why sucking pig and prune sauce should be taken in combination, of which delicacies James Bloomfield Rush, the Norwich murderer, desired that plenty should be served for his supper the night before he was hanged, on April 20, 1849. C.N. Ty-R.Y. Of all the bitter appetizing herbs which grow in our fields and hedgerows, and which serve as excellent simple tonics, the centaury, particularly its white-flowered variety, belonging to the gentian order of plants, is the most efficacious. It shares in an abundant measure the restorative antiseptic virtues of the field gentian and the buckbee. There are 4 wild varieties of the centaury, square-stemmed, and each bearing flat tufts of flowers which are more or less rose-colored. The ancients named this bitter plant the gall of the earth, and it is now known as Christ's ladder, or fellwood. Though growing commonly in dry pastures in woods and on chalky cliffs, yet the centaury cannot be reared in a garden. Of old its tribe was called Charonia, after Charon, the Greek centaur, well skilled in herbal physic, and most probably the name of our English plant was thus originated. But the Germans call the centaury Tausen goldenkrot, the herb of 1,000 florins, either because of its medicinal value, or as a corruption of centimorium, 100 golden sovereigns. Centaury has become popularly reduced in Worcestershire to center of the sun. Its generic adjective erythrea signifies red. The flowers open only in fine weather, and not after 12 o'clock in the day. Chemically, the herb contains erythrocentrin, a bitter principle of compound character, together with the usual herbal constituents, but with scarcely any tannin. The tops of the century, especially of that flor albo, with the light-colored petals, are given in infusion, or in powder, or when made into an extract. For languid digestion, with heartburn after food, and a want of appetite, the infusion prepared with cold water, an ounce of the herb to a pint, is best. But for muscular rheumatism, the infusion should be made with boiling water. A wineglass of either will be the proper dose, 2 or 3 times a day. CRY. The wild cherry Cerasus, which occurs of 2 distinct kinds, has by budding and grafting begotten most of our finest garden fruits of the genus. The name Cerasus was derived from Cerasus, a city of Cappadocia, where the fruit was plentiful. According to Pliny, cherries were first brought to Rome by Lucullus after his great victory over Mithridates, 89 BC. The cultivated cherry disappeared in this country during the Saxon period, and was not reintroduced until the reign of Henry VIII. The Cerasus sylvestris is a wild cherry tree rising to the height of 30 or 40 feet, and producing innumerable small globose fruits, whilst the Cerasus vulgaris, another wild cherry, is a mere shrub called cerevisier in France, of which the fruit is sour and bitter. Cherry stones have been found in the primitive lake dwellings of western Switzerland. There is a tradition that Christ gave a cherry to St. Peter, admonishing him not to despise little things. In the time of Charles I, Herrick, the clergyman poet, wrote a simple song, to which our well-known pretty cherry ripe has been adapted. Cherry ripe! Ripe! I cry, full and fair ones I come and buy. If so be you ask me, where they do grow, I answer there, where my Julia's lips do smile. There's the land of Cherry Island. Cherries on the rise or on twigs was well known as a London street cry in the 15th century, but these were probably the fruit of the wild cherry or gean tree. In France, soup made from cherries, and taken with bread, is the common sustenance of the woodcutters and charcoal burners of the forest during the winter. The French distill from cherries a liquor named eau de cerises, or, in German, Kirschwasser, whilst the Italians prepare from a cherry called marusca, the liquor noted as marasco. Cherries termed as mazards are grown in Devon and Cornwall. A gum exudes from the bark of the cherry tree, which is equal in value to gum arabic. A caravan going from Ethiopia to Egypt, says Husselquist, and a garrison of more than 200 men during a siege which lasted 2 months, were kept alive with no other food than this gum, which they sucked often and slowly. It is known chemically as sericin, and differs from gum acacia in being less soluble. The leaves of the tree and the kernels of the fruit contain a basis of prussic acid. The American wild cherry Prunus virginiana yields from its bark a larger quantity of the prussic acid principle, which is sedative to the nervous centers, and also some considerable tannin. As an infusion or syrup or vegetable extract, it will allay nervous palpitation of the heart and will quiet the irritative, hectic cough of consumption, whilst tending to ameliorate the impaired digestion. Its preparations can be readily had from our leading druggists and are found to be highly useful. A teaspoonful of the syrup, with 1 or 2 tablespoonfuls of cold water, is a dose for an adult every 3 or 4 hours. The oozing of the gum, tears from the trunk and boughs, is due to the operation of a minute parasitic fungus. Helena, in the Midsummer Night's Dream, paints a charming picture of the close affection between Hermia and herself. So we grew together like to a double cherry, seeming parted, but yet a union and partition, 2 lovely berries molded on one stem. CER veal or BAKD pyracillary. There is found, writes Parkinson, during June and July, in almost every English hedge, a certain plant called chorophyllum, and show very like unto hemlocks, of a good and pleasant smell and taste, which have caused us to term it sweet chervil. And in modern times this plant has taken rank as a pot herb in our gardens, though its virtues and uses are not sufficiently known. The root is great, thick and long, exceedingly sweet in smell, and tasting like unto anise seeds. This root is much used among the Dutch people in a kind of loblolly or hotchpot, which they do eat, calling it warmest. The seeds taken as a salad whilst they are yet green exceed all other salads by many degrees in pleasantness of taste, sweetness of smell, and wholesomeness for the cold and feeble stomach. In common with other camphoraceous and strongly aromatic herbs, by reason of its volatile oil and its terebinthine properties, the scandix, or sweet chervil, was entitled to make one of the choice spices used for composing the holy oil with which the sacred vessels of the tabernacle were anointed by Moses. It belongs to the particular group of umbelliferous plants which is endowed with balsamic gums, and with carminative essences appealing powerfully to the sense of smell. The herb chervil was in the mind of Roman Catullus when discoursing sweet verses of old to his friend Fabulus. Nam unguentum dabo quad me opulo donerum vendors, Cupidinesque, quod tu quum alphaces dio rogibus tautum to faciat. Fabul, Nazim! I will give you a perfume my damsels gave me, sweet daughters of Venus, sad hoydens are yeah! Which the moment you smell will incite you to pray my Fabulous, to live as all knows from that day. Evelyn taught that the tender tops of chervil should never be wanting in our salads, being exceeding wholesome and cheering the spirits. Also that the roots boiled and cold are to be much commended for aged persons. But in 1745 several Dutch soldiers were poisoned by eating the rough wild chervil, from which the cultivated sweet variety is to be distinguished by its having its stems swollen beneath the joints, much as our blue-blooded patricians are signalized by gouty knuckles and booned feet. The botanical name of the sweet chervil signifies a plant which rejoices the heart, archaic. The roots, said an old writer, are very good for old people that are dull and without courage. They gladden and comfort the spirits, and do increase their lusty strength. The juice is slightly aperient, and abundantly lacteal, when mixed with goat's milk or in gruel. Physicians formerly held this herb in high esteem, as capable of curing most chronic disorders connected with the urinary passages, gravel. Some have even asserted that if these distempers will not yield to a constant use of chervil, they will be scarcely curable by any other medicine. The wild chervil will help to dissolve any tumors or swellings in all parts of the body speedily, if applied to the place, as also to take away the spots and marks in the flesh and skin of congealed blood by blows or bruises. The feathery leaves of chervil, which are of a bright emerald hue in the spring, become of a rich purple in the autumn, just as the objectionably carroty locks of tittlebat tippers, in 10,000 a year, became vividly green under cyanocaton thruple, and were afterwards strangely empurpled by tetragmenon and brachytobud at 9 and 6 pence the bottle. Sichtioesis a horse, sweet. Ever since 1633, the horse chestnut tree has grown and flourished in England, having been brought at first from the mountains of northern Asia. For the most part it is rather known and admired for its wealth of shade, its large, handsome floral spikes of creamy, pink, tinted blossom, and its white, soft wood, than supposed to exercise useful medicinal properties. But none the less is this tree remarkable for the curative virtues contained in its large nuts of mahogany polish, its broad palmate leaves, and its smooth, silvery bark. These virtues have been discovered and made public especially by physicians and chemists of the homeopathic school. From the large digitated leaves an extract is made which has proved of service in whooping cough, and of which from 1/3 to half a teaspoonful may be given for a dose. On the continent the bark is held in estimation for cutting short attacks of intermittent fever, made by acting in the same way as Peruvian bark, though it is much more astringent. But the nuts are chiefly to be regarded as the medicinal belongings of the horse chestnut tree, and their bodily sphere of action is the rectum or lower bowel, in cases of piles, and of obstinate constipation. Their use is particularly indicated when the bottom of the back gives out on walking, with aching and a sense of weariness in that region. Likewise, signal relief is found to be wrought by the same remedy when the throat is duskily red and dry, in conjunction with costiveness and piles. A tincture is made AHA from the ripe nuts with spirit of wine, for the purposes described above, or the nuts themselves are finely powdered and given in that form. These nuts are starchy, and contain so much potash that they may be used when boiled for washing purposes. In France and Switzerland, they are employed for cleansing wool and bleaching linen on account of their sapid. Botanically, the horse chestnut is named Asculus hippocastania, the first word coming from esca, food, and the second from hippos, horse, castana, the city, so called. The epithet horse does not imply any remedial use in diseases of that animal, but rather the size and coarseness of the species as compared with the sweet Spanish chestnut. In the same way we talk of the horseradish, the horse daisy, the horse leech. In Turkey the fruit is given to horses touched or broken in the wind, but in this country horses will not eat it. Nevertheless, horse chestnuts may be used for fattening cattle, particularly sheep, the nuts being cut up and mixed with oats or beans. Their bitterness can be removed by first washing the chestnuts in lime water. Medicinally, the ripe nut of this tree is employed, being collected in September or October and deprived of its shell. The udder of the flowers is powerful and peculiar. No chemical analysis of them or of the nuts has been made, but they are found to contain tannin freely. Rich colored, of a reddish brown, glossy, these nuts have given their name to a certain shade of mellow dark auburn hair. Rosalind, and as you like it, says Orlando's locks are of a good color. My faith your chestnut was ever the only color. Of the horse chestnut tincture, 2 or 3 drops, with a spoonful of water, taken before meals and at bedtime, will cure almost any simple case of piles in a week. Also, carrying a horse chestnut about the person is said to obviate giddiness and to prevent piles. Taken altogether, the horse chestnut, for its splendor of blossom and wealth of umbrageous leaf, its polished mahogany fruit, and its special medicinal virtues, is facile princeps the belle of our English trees. But, like many a ball-room beauty, when the time comes for putting aside the gay leafy attire, it is sadly untidy and makes a great litter of its cast-off clothing. It has been ingeniously suggested that the cicatrix of the leaf resembles a horseshoe, with all its nails evenly placed. The sweet Spanish chestnut tree is grown much less commonly in this country, and its fruit affords only material for food, without possessing medicinal properties, though, in the United States of America, an infusion of the leaves is thought to be useful for staying the paroxysms of whooping cough. Of all known nuts, this is the most farinaceous and least oily, hence it is more easy of digestion than any other. To mountaineers it is invaluable, so that on the Apennines and the Pyrenees the chestnut harvest is the event of the year. The Italian chestnut cakes, called necchi, contain 40% of nutritious matter soluble in cold water, and chestnut flour, when properly prepared, is a capital food for children. To be harvested, the chestnuts are spread on a frame of lattice, work overhead, and a fire is kept burning underneath. When dry, the fruit is boiled, or steamed, or roasted, or ground into a kind of flour, with which puddings are made, or an excellent kind of bread is produced. The ripe chestnut possesses a fine, creamy flavor, and when roasted it becomes almost aromatic. A good way to cook chestnuts is to boil them for 20 minutes, and then place them for 5 minutes more in a Dutch oven. It was about the fruit of the Spanish tree Shakespeare. Said a woman's tongue gives not half so great a blow to the ear as will a chestnut in a farmer's fire. In the United States of America in old time, worn story or oft-repeated tale is called in banter a chestnut, and a stale joker is told not to rattle the chestnuts. For convalescence, after a long serious illness, the French make a chocolate of sweet chestnuts, which is highly restorative. The nuts are first cooked in eau de vie until their shells and the pellicle of the kernels can be peeled off. Then they are beaten into a pulp together with sufficient milk and sugar, with some cinnamon added. The mixture is afterwards boiled with more milk and frothed up in a chocolate pot. Sichai kibiweed. Chickweed, called alsine or stellaria media, a floral star of middle magnitude, belongs to the clove, pink order of plants, and despite the most severe weather, grows with us all the year round, in waste places by the roadsides and as a garden weed. It is easily known by its fresh-looking, juicy, verdant little leaves, and by its tiny white star, like flowers, also by a line of small stiff hairs, which runs up one side of the stalk like a vegetable hog may, and when it reaches a pair of leaves immediately shifts its position, and runs up higher on the opposite side. The fact of our finding chickweed in England, as well as on the mainland of Europe, affords a proof that Britain, when repeopled after the Great Ice Age, must have been united somewhere to the continent, and its having lasted from earliest times throughout Europe, North America, and Siberia, seems to show that this modest plant must be possessed of some universal utility, which has enabled it to hold its own until now in the great evolutionary struggle. It grows wild all over the earth, and serves as food for small birds, such as finches, linnets, and other feathered songsters of the woods. Moreover, we read in the old Herbal of Turner, Quae luntiviculus cavius inclusus hoc solidilus si quando cibos fastigent recreare, or, as Gerard translates this, little birds in cages are refreshed with chickweed where they loathe their meat. The chickweed is termed alsine Quia lucos, vel alsis amat. Because it loves to grow in shady places, this small herb abounds with the earthy salts of potash, which are admirable against scurvy when thus found in nature's laboratory, and a continued deprivation from which always proves disastrous to mankind. The water of chickweed, says an old writer, is given to children for their fits, and its juice is used for their gripes. When boiled, the plant may be eaten instead of spinach. Its fresh juice, if rubbed on warts, first pared to the quick, will presently cause them to fall off. Fresh chickweed juice, as proved medicinally in 1893, produced sharp rheumatic pains and stitches in the head and eyes, with a general feeling of being bruised. Also pressure about the liver and soreness there, with sensations of burning and bilious indigestion. Subsequently, the herb, when given in quite small doses of tincture, or fresh juice, or infusion, has been found by its affinity to remove the train of symptoms just described, and to act most reliably in curing obstinate rheumatism allied therewith. Furthermore, a poultice prepared from the fresh green juicy leaves is emollient and cooling, whilst an ointment made from them with hog's lard is manifestly healing. When rain is impending, the flowers remain closed, and the plant teaches an exemplary matrimonial lesson, seeing that at night its leaves approach one another in loving pairs, and sleep with the tender buds protected between them. Culpeper says chickweed is a fine, soft, pleasing herb under the dominion of the moon, and good for many things. Parkinson orders thus, to make a salve fit to heal sore legs, boil a handful of chickweed with a handful of red rose leaves in a pint of the oil of trotters or sheep's feet, and anoint the grieved places therewith against a fire each evening and morning, then bind some of the herb, if ye will, to the sore, and so shall ye find help, if God will. Seshmas Roskvialavar. This well-known plant, a native of southern Europe, and belonging to the ranunculus order, is grown commonly in our gardens for the sake of its showy white flowers, conspicuous in winter, from December to February. The root has been famous since time immemorial as a remedy for insanity. From its abundant growth in the Grecian island of Antisar arose the proverb Navigate Antisar, take a voyage to Antisar, as applied by way of advice to a man who has lost his reason. When fresh, the root is very acrid and will blister the skin. If dried and given as powder, it will cause vomiting and purging, also provoking sneezing when smelt, and inducing the monthly flow of a woman. This root contains a chemical glucoside, hellebore, which, if given in full doses, stimulates the kidneys to such an excess that their function becomes temporarily paralyzed. It therefore happens that a medicinal tincture HH, made from the fresh root collected at Christmas, just before the plant would flower, when taken in small doses, will promptly relieve dropsy, especially a sudden dropsical swelling of the skin, with passive venous congestion of the kidneys, as in scrofulous children. The former method of administering the root was by sticking a particularly sweet apple full of its fibers, and roasting this under hot embers. Then the fibers were withdrawn, and the apple was eaten by the patient. Taken by mischance in any quantity, the root is highly poisonous. 1 ounce of a watery decoction has caused death in 8 hours, with vomiting, giddiness, insensibility, and palsy. Passive dropsy in children after scarlet fever may be effectually cured by small doses of the tincture, 3rd decimal strength. The name hellebore, as applied to the plant, comes from the Greek elein, to injure, and bora, fodder. It is also known as melampodium, being thus designated because Melampus, a physician in the Peloponnesus in BC, watched the effect on his goats when they had eaten the leaves, and cured therewith the insane daughters of Protus, king of Argos. It was famous among the Egyptian and Greek doctors of old as the most effectual remedy for the diseases of mania, epilepsy, dropsy, and gout. The tincture is very useful in mental stupor, with functional impairment of the hearing and sight, likewise for strumous water on the brain. The original reputation of this herb was acquired because of its purgative properties, which enabled it to carry off black bile which was causing insanity. No tannin is contained in the root. A few drops of the juice, obtained therefrom, if dropped warm into the ear each night and morning, will cure singing and noises in the ears. A proper dose of the powdered root is from 5 to 10 grains. Snuff made with this powder has cured night blindness, as among the French prisoners at Norman Cross in 1806. The Gauls used to rub the points of their hunting spears with hellebore, believing the game they killed was thus rendered more tender. Hahnemann said that at least 1/3 of the cases of insanity occurring in lunatic asylums may be cured by this, and the white hellebore in such small doses as of the tincture 12th dilution given in the patient's drink. A bastard hellebore, which is foetidus, or stinking, and is known to rustics as bear's foot because of its digitate leaves, grows frequently near houses in this country, though a doubtful native. The sepals of its flowers are purple, and the leaves are evergreen. The petals are green in leaf, whilst the nectaries are large and tubular, often containing small flies. The nectar is reputed to be poisonous. Again, this plant bears the names pigroots, oxbiel, oxshiel, and setterwort, because used for settering cattle. A piece of the root is inserted as a setter, as so, called from seta, a hank of silk into the dewlap, and this is termed pegging, or settering, for the benefit of diseased lungs. The root, says Gerard, consists of many small black strings, involved or wrapped one within another very intricately. The smell of the fresh plant is extremely fading. When taken, it will purge or provoke vomiting. The leaves are very useful for expelling worms. Derived Woodville says their juice made into a syrup with coarse sugar is almost the only vermifuge he had used against roundworms for 3 years past. If these leaves be dried in an oven after the bread is drawn out, and the powder thereof be taken in a fig, or raisin, or strewed upon a piece of bread spread with honey, and eaten, it killeth worms in children exceedingly. A decoction made with 1 drachm of the green leaves, or about 15 grains of the dried leaves in powder, is the usual dose for a child between 4 and 6 years of age, but a larger dose will provoke sickness or diarrhea. The medicine should be repeated on 2 or 3 consecutive mornings, and it will be found that the second dose acts more powerfully than the first, never failing to expel roundworms by stool, if there be any lodged in the alimentary tube. See Lovar. In this country we possess about 20 species of the trefoil or clover, which is a plant so well known in its general features by its abundance in every field and on every grass plot as not to need any detailed description. The special variety endowed with medicinal and curative virtues is the meadow clover centrifolium pratensa, or red clover, called by some cockshots and familiar to children as suckles, or honeysuckles, because of the abundant nectar in the long tubes of its corolla. Other names for it are bee bread and smear. An extract of this red clover is now confidently said to have the power of healing scrofulous sores and of curing cancer. The New York Tribune of September 1884 related a case of indisputable cancer of the breast of 6 years standing with an open fetid sore, which had penetrated the chest wall between the ribs, and which was radically healed by a prolonged internal use of the extract of red clover. 4 years afterwards, in September 1888, the breast was found to be restored to its normal condition, all but a small place the size of $50, which will in every probability become absorbed like the rest, so that the patient is considered by her physicians to be absolutely cured. The likelihood is that whatever virtue the red clover can boast for counteracting its scrofulous disposition, and as antidotal to cancer, resides in its highly elaborated lime, silica, and other earthy salts. Moreover, this experience is not new. Sir Spencer Wells, 20 years ago, recorded some cases of confirmed cancer cured by taking powdered, triturated oyster shells. Wellsteg shells similarly reduced to a fine dust have proved equally efficacious. It is remarkable that if the moorlands in the north of England, and in some parts of Ireland, are turned up for the first time and strewed with lime, white clover springs up there in abundance. Again, a syrup is made from the flowers of the red clover, which has a trustworthy reputation for curing whooping cough, and of which a teaspoonful may be taken 3 or 4 times in the day. Also, stress is laid on the healing of skin eruptions in children by a decoction of the purple and white meadow trefoils. The word clover is a corruption of the Latin clava, club, and the clubs on our playing cards are representations of clover leaves, whilst in France the same black suit is called trefoil. A conventional trefoil is figured on our coins, both Irish and English, this plant being the national badge of Ireland. Its charm has been ever supposed there as an unfailing protection against evil influences, as is attested by the spray in the workman's cap, and in the bosom of the cotter's wife. The clover trefoil is in some measure a sensitive plant. Its leaves, said Pliny, do start up as if afraid of an assault when tempestuous weather is at hand. The phrase living in clover alludes to cattle being put to feed in rich pasturage. A sworn foe to the purple clover cultivated by farmers is the dodder Scuta trifolia, a destructive vegetable parasite which strangles the plants in a crafty fashion, and which goes by the name of hellweed or devil's guts. It lies in ambush like a pygmy field octopus, with deadly suckers for draining the sap of its victims. These it mats together in its wiry, sinuous coils and chokes relentlessly by the acre. Nevertheless, the petty garroter, like a toad, ugly and venomous, wears yet a precious jewel in its head. If boiled, says Hill, with a little ginger, the dodder and decoction works briskly as a purge. Also, the thievish herb, when bruised and applied externally to scrofulous tumors, is an excellent remedy. The word dodder signifies the plural of dod, a bunch of threads. The parasite is sometimes called red tangle in ladies' laces. Its botanical name cuscuta comes from the Greek kasuo, to sew together. If the piece of land infested with it is closely mound, being next covered with deal saw dust, on which a 10% solution of sulfate of iron is freely poured, then by combining with the tannin contained in the stems of the dodder. This will serve to kill the parasite without doing any injury to the clover or lucerne, although a parasite the plant springs every year from seed. It is a remedy for swooning or fainting fits. The sweet clover, when prepared as a tincture she-aged with spirit of wine, and given as a medicine in material doses, causes in sensitive persons a severe headache, sometimes with a determination of blood to the head and bleeding from the nose. When administered, on the principle of curative affinity, in much smaller doses, it is singularly beneficial against nervous headaches, with oppression of the brain, acting helpfully within 5 minutes. Drive Hughes writes, "I value this medicine much in nervous headaches, and I always carry it in my pocket case as the mother tincture, which I generally administer by olfaction. For epilepsy, it is said in the United States of America to be the one grand master remedy, by giving a drop of the tincture every 5 minutes during the attack, and 5 drops 5 times a day in water, for some weeks afterwards. The Melilot Ephraimel, honey, lotus, because much liked by bees, is known as plaster clover from its use since Galen's time in plasters for dispersing tumors. Continental physicians still employ the same made of melalin, wax, resin, and olive oil. The plant contains coumarin in common with the sweet woodruff and the Tonquin bean. Other names for it are heart's clover, because deer delight to feed on it, and king's clover or corona regis, because the yellow flowers do crown the top of the stalks, as with a chaplet of gold. It is an herbaceous plant common in waste places, and having light green leaves. When dried it smells like woodruff or new hay. C.L.B. Moses. Though not generally thought worth more than a passing notice, or to possess any claims of a medicinal sort, yet the club moss, which is of common growth in Great Britain on heaths and hilly pastures, exerts by its spores very remarkable curative effects, and therefore it should be favorably regarded as a herbal symbol. It is exclusively due to homeopathic provings in practice that the Lycopodium clavidum takes an important position amongst the most curative vegetable remedies of the present day. The word Lycopodium means wolf's claw, because of the claw, like ends to the trailing stems of this moss, and the word clavidum signifies that its inflorescence resembles a club. The spores of club moss constitute a fine pale yellow, dusty powder which is unctuous, tasteless, inodorous, and only medicinal when pounded in all-again mortar until the individual spores, or nuts, are fractured. By being thus triturated, the nuts give out their contents, which are shown to be oil globules, wherein the curative virtues of the moss reside. Sugar of milk is then rubbed up for 2 hours or more with the broken spores, so as to compose a medicinal powder, which is afterwards to be further diluted. Or a tincture is made from the fractured spores, with spirit of either, which will develop their specific medicinal properties. The club moss thus prepared has been experimentally taken by provers in varying material doses, and is found through its toxical affinities in this way to be remarkably useful for chronic mucus indigestion and malnutrition, attended with sallow complexion, slow, difficult digestion, flatulence, waterbrash, heartburn, decay of bodily strength, and mental depression. It is said that whenever a fan-like movement of the wings of the nos can be observed during the breathing, the whole group of symptoms thus detailed is specially curable by club moss. As a dose of the triturated powder, reduced to a weaker dilution, 10 grains may be taken twice a day mixed with a dessertspoonful of water, or of the tincture largely reduced in strength. 10 drops twice a day in like manner. Chemically, the oil globules extracted from the spores contain alumina and phosphoric acid. The diluted powder has proved practically beneficial for reducing the swelling and for diminishing the pulsation of aneurysm when affecting a main blood vessel of the heart. In Cornwall, the club moss is considered good against most diseases of the eyes, provided it be gathered on the 3rd day of the moon, first seen, being shown the knife whilst the gatherer repeats these words: As Christ healed the issue of blood, do thou cut what thou cuttest for good. Then at sundown the club moss should be cut by the operator whilst kneeling, and with carefully washed hands. It is to be tenderly wrapped in a fair white cloth, and afterwards boiled in water procured from the spring nearest the spot where it grew, and the liquor is to be applied as a fomentation, or the club moss may be made into an ointment with butter from the milk of a new cow. Such superstitious customs had without doubt a Druidic origin, and they identify the club moss with the celica, or golden herb, cloth of gold of the Druids. This was reputed to confer the power of understanding the language of birds and beasts, and was intimately connected with some of their mysterious rites, though by others it is thought to have been a sort of hedge hyssop sapsa gracila. The common lycopodium bears in some districts the name of Robin Hood's hatband. Its unmoistenable powder from the spores is a capital absorbing application to weaken raw surfaces. At the shops, this powder of the club moss spores is sold as witch meal or vegetable sulfur. For trade purposes it is obtained from the ears of a wolf's foot moss, the Lycopodium clavidum, which grows in the forests of Russia and Finland. The powder is yellow of color, dust-like and smooth to the touch. Half a drachm of it given during July in any proper vehicle has been esteemed a noble remedy to cure stone in the bladder, being mixed with black pepper. It was recognized by the College of Physicians in 1720, one as a medicine of singular value for preventing and curing hydrophobia. Drive Med, who had repeated experience of its worth, declared that he never knew it to fail when combined with cold bathing. Club moss powder ignites with a flicker and is used for stage lightning. It is the blitzmehl, or lightning meal of the Germans, who give it in doses of from 15 to 20 grains for the cure of epilepsy in children. When the mortal struggle was produced by Mr. Vincent Crummles of Portsmouth, with the aid of Miss Snevelicci and the infant phenomenon, lurid lightning was much in request to astonish the natives, and this was sufficiently well simulated by igniting, with a sudden flash and a hiss. Highly inflammable spores of the club moss projected against burning tow within a hollow cone, producing weird scenic effects. Kial tiafu. The colt's foot, which grows abundantly throughout England in places of moist, heavy soil, especially along the sides of our raised railway banks, has been justly termed nature's best herb for the lungs, and her most eminent thoracic. Its seeds are supposed to have lain dormant from primitive times, where our railway cuttings now upturn them and set them growing anew, and the rotting foliage of the primeval herb, by retaining its juices, is thought to have promoted the development and growth of our common earthworm. The botanical name of coltsfoot is Tussilago farfara, signifying tussisago, I drive away a cold, and farfar, the white poplar tree, which has a similar leaf. It is one of the composite order, and the older authors named this plant Filius antepatrum, the son before the father, because the flowers appear and wither before the leaves are produced. These flowers, at the very beginning of spring, stud the banks with gay, golden, leafless blossoms, each growing on a stiff, scaly stalk, and resembling a dandelion in miniature. The leaves, which follow later on, are made often into cigars, or are smoked as British herbal tobacco, being mixed for this purpose with the dried leaves and flowers of the eye, bright buckbeam, bedney thyme, and lavender, to which some persons add rose leaves and chamomile flowers. All these are rubbed together by the hands into a coarse powder, coltsfoot forming quite one, half of the same, and this powder may be very beneficially smoked for asthma, or for spasmodic bronchial cough. Linnaeus said it ad hoc plebs in Suecia, in startabassi contra tussum fugit. Even today the Swiss people cure their coughs with coltsfoot employed like tobacco. When the flowers are fully blown and fall off, the seeds with their clock form a beautiful head of white flossy silk, and if this flies away when there is no wind, it is said to be a sure sign of coming rain. The goldfinch often lines her nest with the soft pappus of the coltsfoot. In Paris, the coltsfoot flower is painted on the doorposts of an apothecary's house. From earliest times, the plant has been found helpful in maladies of the chest. Hippocrates advised it with honey for ulcerations of the lungs. Dioscorides, Pliny, and Galen severally commended the use of its smoke, conducted into the mouth through a funnel or reed, for giving ease to cough and difficult breathing. They named it breeching, from breeks, a cough. In taste, the leaves are harsh, bitter, and mucilaginous. They appear late in March, being green above, with an undersurface which is white and cottony. Sussex peasants esteem the white down of the leaves as a most valuable medicine. All parts of the plant contain chemically tannin, with a special bitter principle and free mucilage, so that the herb is to be considered emollient, demulcent, and tonic. Drive Cullen employed a decoction of the leaves with much benefit in scrofula, where the use of sea water had failed. And Drive Fuller tells about a girl cured of 12 scrofulous sores by drinking daily for 4 months as much as she could of coltsfoot tea, made so strong from the leaves as to be sweet and glutinous. A modern decoction is prepared from the herb with boiling water poured on the leaves, and with licorice root and honey added. But, hark! I hear the pancake bell, said Poor Richard in his almanac, 1684, alluding to pancakes then made with coltsfoot, like tansies, and fried with saged butter. A century later it was still the fashion to treat consumptive young women with quaint remedies. Mrs. Delaney writes in 1750, 8 does Mary cough in the night, as 2 or 3 snails boiled in her barley water may be of great service to her. Again, the confectioner provides coltsfoot rock, concocted in fluted sticks of a brown color, as a sweetmeat, and flavored with some essential oil, as aniseed, or dill, these sticks being well beloved by most schoolboys. The dried leaves, when soaked out in warm water, will serve as an excellent emollient poultice. A certain preparation, called essence of coltsfoot, found great favor with our grandsires for treating their colds. This consisted of balsam of tolu and friar's balsam in equal parts, together with double the quantity of spirit of wine. It did not really contain a trace of coltsfoot, and the nostrum was provocative of inflammation because of the spirit in excess. Drive Paris said, and this, forsooth, is a pectoral for cause. If a patient with a catarrh should recover whilst using such a remedy, I should certainly designate it a lucky escape, rather than a skillful cure. Gerard wrote about coltsfoot, the fume of the dried leaves, burned upon coals, effectually helpeth those that fetch their wind thick, and breaketh without peril the impostumes of the breast. Also the green leaves do heal the hot inflammation called St. Anthony's fire. The names of the herb, coltsfoot and horsehoof, are derived from the shape of the leaf. It is likewise known as ass's foot, and cough-wort also as foal's foot and bull's foot, hoofs, and cleats. To make an infusion or decoction of the plant for a confirmed cough, or for chronic bronchitis, pour a pint of boiling water on an ounce of the dried leaves and flowers, and take half a teacupful of it when cold 3 or 4 times in the day. The silky down of the seed, heads is used in the highlands for stuffing pillows, and the presence of coal is said to be indicated by an abundant growth of the herb. Another species, the butterbur Tussilago pedicites, is named from pedicis, an umbrella or a broad covering for the head. It produces the largest leaves of any plant in Great Britain, which sometimes measure 3 feet in breadth. This plant was thought to be of great use in the time of the plague, and thus got the names of pestilent wort, plague flower, and bog rhubarb. Both it and the coltsfoot are specific remedies for severe and obstinate neuralgia in the small of the back, and the loins a medicinal tincture being prepared from each herb. Comfry, the comfrey of our river banks and moist watery places, is the consound or knit back or bone set and blackword of country folk, and the old symphodum of Dioscorides. It has derived these names from the consolidating and vulnerary qualities attributed to the plant, from confirmo to strengthen together, or the French, comfrey. This herb is of the borage tribe, and is conspicuous by its height of from 1 to 2 feet, its large rough leaves, which provoke itching when handled, and its drooping white or purple flowers growing on short stalks. Chemically, the most important part of the plant is its mucilage. This contains tannin, asparagine, sugar, and starch granules. The roots are sweet, sticky, and without any odor, Quia tanta prostantia est, says Pliny at Sicarns duro quanter conglutinet adida, adenomen! And the roots be so glutinative that they will solder or glue together meat that is chopped in pieces, seething in a pot, and make it into one lump, the same roast. And laid in the manner of a plaister, doth heal all fresh and green wounds. These roots are very brittle, and the least bit of them will start growing afresh. The whole plant, beaten to a cataplasm, and applied hot as a poultice, has always been deemed excellent for soothing pain in any tender, inflamed, or suppurating part. It was formerly applied to raw indolent ulcers as a glutinous astringent, and most useful vulnerary. Pauli recommended it for broken bones, and externally for wounds of the nerves, tendons, and arteries. More recently, surgeons have declared that the powdered roots, which, when broken, is white within and full of a slimy juice, if dissolved in water to a mucilage, is far from contemptible for bleedings, fractures, and luxations, whilst it hastens the callus of bones under repair. Its strong decoction has been found very useful in Germany for tanning leather. The leaves were formerly employed for giving a flavor to cakes in Canada. A modern medicinal tincture HH is made from the root, stocked with spirit of wine, and 10 drops of this should be taken 3 or 4 times a day with a tablespoonful of cold water. French nurses treat cracked nipples by applying a hollow section of the fresh root over the sore caruncle, and a decoction of the root made by boiling from 2 to 4 drachms in a pint of water is given for bleedings from the lungs or bladder. The name consound, owned by the common comfrey, was given likewise to the daisy and the bugle in the Middle Ages. It joyeth, says Gerard, in watery ditches, in fat and fruitful meadows. A salve concocted from the fresh herb will certainly tend to promote the healing of bruised and broken parts, suggesting as an appropriate motto for the salve box, behold how good and pleasant a thing it is to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment which ran down Aaron's beard. Some foreknowledge of the comfrey, perhaps, inspired the prophet Isaiah to predict that after a time the heart should rejoice, and the bones flourish like a herb. The poet laureate tells of this, the consound, whereby the lungs are eased of their grief. About a century ago, the prickly comfrey, a variety of our consound, was naturalized in this country from the Caucasus, and has since proved itself amazingly productive to farmers, as, when cultivated, it will grow 6 crops in a year, and the plant is both preventive and curative of foot and mouth disease in cattle. It bears flowers of a rich blue color. From our common comfrey, a sort of glue is got in Angora, which is used for spinning the famous fleeces of that country. Mr. Cockayne relates that the locksmith in Teddington informed him how the bone of his little finger, being broken, was grinding and grunching so sadly for 2 months, that sometimes he felt quite wrong in his head. One day he saw a doctor go by, and told him about the distress. The doctor said, "You see that comfrey growing there. Take a piece of its root, and champ it, and put it about your finger, and wrap it up." The man did so, and in 4 days his finger was well. Coriander comfits, sold by the confectioner as admirably warming to the stomach, and corrective of flatulence, consist of small aromatic seeds coated with white sugar. These are produced by the coriander, an umbelliferous herb cultivated in England from early times for medicinal and culinary uses, though introduced at first from the Mediterranean. It has now become wild as an escape, growing freely in our fields and waste places. Farmers produce it, especially about Essex, under the name of call, the crops being mown down when ripe, and the fruits being then thrashed out to procure the seeds. The generic name has been derived from koros, a bug alluding to the stinking odor of the bruised leaves, though these, when dried, are fragrant and pleasant of smell. In some countries, as Egypt and Peru, they are taken in soups. The seeds are cordial, but become narcotic if used too freely. When distilled with water, they yield a yellow essential oil of a very aromatic and strong odor. Coriander water was formerly much esteemed as a carminative for windy colic. Being so aromatic and comfortably stimulating, the fruit is commended for aiding the digestion of savory pastry, and to correct the griping tendencies of such medicines as senna and rhubarb. It contains malic acid, tannin, the special volatile oil of the herb, and some fatty matter. Distillers of gin make use of this fruit, and veterinary surgeons employ it as a drug for cattle and horses. Alston says, the green herb, seeds and all, stinks intolerably of bugs, And Hoffman admonishes, se larges sumptura fuit semen non sine periculo isua seed et statu demolit, et quae sum serveria dictu pudenda blatterum. The fruits are blended with curry powder, and are chosen to flavor several liquors. By the Chinese, a power of conferring immortality is thought to be possessed by the seeds. From a passage in the Book of Numbers where manna is likened to coriander seed, it would seem that this seed was familiar to the Israelites and used by them for domestic purposes. Robert Turner says, when taken in wine, it stimulates the animal passions. So obus levi. Our English pastures and meadows, especially where the soil is of blue lias clay, become brilliantly gay, with gaudy cowslips dressed, quite early in the spring. But it is a mistake to suppose that these flowers are a favorite food with cows, who, in fact, never eat them if they can help it. The name cowslip is really derived, says Drive Prior, from the Flemish words kuslop, meaning hose flap, a humble part of woolen nether garments. But Skeet thinks it arose from the fact that the plant was supposed to spring up where a patch of cow dung had fallen. Originally, the mullein, which has large oval woolly leaves, and the cowslip were included under one common Latin name, verbascum, for which reason the attributes of the mullein still remain accredited by mistake to the second plant. Former medical writers called the cowslip herba paralysis, or palswort, because of its supposed efficacy in relieving paralysis. The whole plant is known to be gently narcotic and somniferous. Pope praised the herb and its flowers on account of their sedative qualities. For want of rest, lettuce and cowslip wine, probatum est. Welst Coleridge makes his Christabel declare, with reference to the fragrant brew concocted from its petals, with lemons and sugar, it is a wine of virtuous powers. My mother made it of wild flowers. Physicians for the last 2 centuries have used the powdered roots of the cowslip for wakefulness, hysterical attacks, and muscular rheumatism, and the cowslip root was named of old both radix paralysiosa and radix arthritica. This root and the flowers have an udder of anise, which is due to their containing some volatile oil identical with mannite. Their more acrid principle is saponin. Hill tells us that when boiled in ale, the roots are taken by country persons for giddiness, with no little success. They be likewise in great request among those that use to hunt after goats and roebucks on high mountains, for the strengthening of the head when they pass by fearful precipices and steep places, following their game, so that giddiness and swimming of the brain may not seize upon them. The dose of the dried and powdered flowers is from 15 to 20 grains. A syrup of a fine yellow color may also be made from the petals, which answers the same purposes. 3 pounds of the fresh blossoms should be infused in 5 pints of boiling water, and then simmered down to a proper consistence with sugar. Herbals of the Elizabethan date say that an ointment made from cowslip flowers taketh away the spots and wrinkles of the skin, and doth add beauty exceedingly, as divers ladies, gentlewomen, and she citizens, whether wives or widows, know well enough. The tiny people were then supposed to be fond of nestling in the drooping bells of cowslips, and hence the flowers were called fairy cups, and, in accordance with the doctrine of signatures, they were thought effective for removing freckles from the face. In their gold coats spots you see, these be rubious fairy favors. In these freckles live their savors. The cluster of blossoms on a single stalk sometimes bears the name of Ladies' Keys or St. Peter's Wort, either because it resembles a bunch of keys as St. Peter's badge, or because as Primula veris it unlocks the treasures of spring. Cowslip flowers are frequently done up by playful children into balls, which they call tisty-toasty or simply a toasty. For this purpose the umbels of blossoms, fully blown, are strung closely together and tied into a firm ball. The leaves were at one time eaten in salad and mixed with other herbs to stuff meat, whilst the flowers were made into a delicate conserve. Yorkshire people call this plant the costripling, and in Devonshire, where it is scarcely to be found, because of the red marl, it has come about that the foxglove goes by the name of cowslip. Again, in some provincial districts, the cowslip is known as petty mullein, and in others as pagal. The Old English proverb, as blake as a pagal, means as yellow as a cowslip. One word may be said here in medicinal favor of the poor cow, whose association with the flower now under discussion has been so unceremoniously disproved. The breath and smell of this sweet, adored animal are thought in Flintshire to be good against consumption. Henderson tells of a blacksmith's apprentice who was restored to health when far advanced in decline, by taking the milk of cows fed in a kirkyard. In the south of Hampshire, a useful plaster of fresh cow, dung is applied to open wounds. And even in its evolutionary development, the homely animal reads us a lesson. For dat deus imiti cornua curtibovi, says the Latin proverb, savage cattle have only short horns. So was it in the house that Jack built, where the fretful creature that tossed the dog had but one horn, and this grew crumpled. See recesses. The cress of the herbalist is a noun of multitude. It comprises several sorts, differing in kind, but possessing the common properties of wholesomeness and pungency. Here order and variety we see, and here, though all things differ, all agree. The name is thought by some to be derived from the Latin verb crescere, to grow fast. Each kind of cress belongs to the cruciferous genus of plants, whence comes, perhaps, the common name. The several varieties of cress are stimulating and antiscorbutic, whilst each contains a particular essential principle of acrid flavor and of sharp biting qualities. The whole tribe is termed lepidium, or siliquose, scaly, with reference to the shape of the seed pouches. It includes land cress, formerly dedicated to St. Barbara, broad-leaved cress or the poor, man's pepper, penny cress of Lapsus, garden or town cress, and the well-known edible watercress. Formerly the Greeks attached much value to the whole order of cresses, which they thought very beneficial to the brain. A favorite maxim with them was, eat cresses and get wit. In England these plants have long been cultivated as a source of profit, whence arose the saying that a graceless fellow is not worth a curse or cress, German curse. Thus Chaucer speaks about a character in the Canterbury Tales, off Paramour's knee fraught he not occurs. But some writers have referred this saying rather to the wild cherry or curse, making it of the same significance as our common phrase. Not worth a figure as curative herbal simples, we need only consider the garden or town cress, and the water cress, whilst regarding the other varieties rather as condiments, and salad herbs to be taken by way of pleasant, wholesome appetizers at table. These aromatic herbs were employed to season the homely dishes of our forefathers, before commerce had brought the spices of the East at a cheap rate to our doors, and cresses were held in common favor by peasants for such a purpose. The black or white pepper of today was then so costly that to promise a saint yearly a pound of it was considered a liberal request, and therefore the leaves of wild cresses were eaten as a substitute for giving pungency to the food. Remarkable among these was the Ditander sativus, a species found chiefly near the sea, with foliage so hot and acrid that the plant then went by the name of port, man's pepper, or pepperwort. Pliny said it is of the number of scorching and blistering simples. This herb, says Light, is fondly and unlearnedly called an English ditney. It were better in following the Dutchman to name pepper. The garden cress, called sativums from sadum, a pasture, is the sort commonly coupled with the herb mustard in our familiar mustard and cress. It has been grown in England since the middle of the 16th century, and its other name, town cress, refers to its cultivation in towns or enclosures. It was also known as passerage, from passer, to drive away rage or madness, because of its reputed power to expel hydrophobia. This garden cress, said Duet, Coles in his Paradise of Plants, 1650, being green, and therefore more qualified by reason of its humidity, is eaten by country people, either alone with butter, or with lettuce and purslane in salads or otherwise. It contains sulfur and a special ardent volatile medicinal oil. The small leaves combined with those of our white garden mustard are excellent against rheumatism and gout. Likewise it is a preventive of scurvy by reason of its mineral salts, in which salutary respects the twin plants, mustard and cress, are happily consorted, and well play a capital common part, like the two single gentlemen rolled into one of George Calman, the younger. The watercress is among cresses, to use an American simile, the finest toad in the puddle. This is because of its superlative medicinal worth and its great popularity at table. Early writers called the herb shamrock, and common folk now a day's term at nasturtium. Xenophon advised the Persians to feed their children on watercresses ad cardamom that they might grow in stature and have active minds. The Latin name nasturtium was given to the watercress because of its volatile pungency when bruised and smelt, from nasus, a nose, and tortoise, turned away at being, so to say, a herb that writhes or twists the nose. For the same reason it is called nasturtium in France. When bruised, its leaves affect the eyes and nose almost like mustard. They have been usefully applied to the scald head and tetters of children. In New Zealand, the stems grow as thick as a man's wrist, and nearly choke some of the rivers. Like an oyster, the watercress is in proper season only when there is an R in the month. According to an analysis made recently in the School of Pharmacy at Paris, the watercress contains a sulfo-nitrogenous oil, iodine, iron, phosphates, potash, certain other earthy salts, a bitter extract, and water. Its volatile oil, which is rich in nitrogen and sulfur, is the sulfocyanide of alum. Anyhow, there is much sulfur possessed by the whole plant in one form or another, together with a considerable quantity of mineral matter. Thus the popular plant is so constituted as to be particularly curative of scrofulous affections, especially in the springtime, when the bodily humors are on the ferment. Drive King Chambers writes, signed Diet in Health and Disease, I feel sure that the infertility, pallor, fetid breath, and bad teeth which characterize some of our town populations are to a great extent due to their inability to get fresh antiscorbutic vegetables as articles of diet. Therefore, I regard the watercress. Celer as one of the saviors of our country. Culpeper said pithily long ago, they that will live in health may eat watercress if they please, and if they won't, I cannot help it. The scrofula, to which the watercress and its allied plants are antidotal, got its name from scrofa, a burrowing pig, signifying the radical destruction of important glands in the body by this undermining constitutional disease. Possibly the quaint lines which nurses have long been given to repeat for the amusement of babies while fondling their infantine fingers bear a hidden meaning which pointedly imports the scrofulous. Taint. This nursery distich, as we remember, personates the fingers one by one as 5 little fabulous pigs. The first small piggy doesn't feel well, and the second one threatens the doctor to tell. The third little pig has to linger at home, and the fourth small porker of meat has none. Then the fifth little pig, with a querulous note, cries weak, weak, weak from its poor little throat. Agrotat multis doloribus porculus illa ill, rogat fratri medicum prefer salutem, debilis ill domi mansit vetitus abire, carnum digestit nunquam miser porculus ill, eheu, terrepidens, per porculus, eheu, virus exiguas lugit plorenti Cicero. On account of its medicinal constituents, the herb has been deservedly extolled as a specific remedy for tubercular consumption of the lungs. Haller says we have seen patients in deep declines cured by living almost entirely on this plant, and it forms the chief ingredient of the syrup antiscorbutique given so successfully by the French faculty in scrofula and other allied diseases. Its active principles are at their best when the plant is in flower, and the amount of essential oil increases according to the quantity of sunlight which the leaves obtain. The proportion of iron being determined according to the quality of the water, and the measure of phosphates by the supply of dressing afforded. The leaves remain green when grown in the shade, but become of a purple-brown because of their iron when exposed to the sun. The expressed juice, which contains the peculiar taste and pungency of the herb, may be taken in doses of from 1 to 2 fluid ounces at each of the 3 principal meals, and it should always be had fresh. When combined with the juice of scurvy grass and of Savol oranges, it makes the popular antiscorbutic medicine known as spring juices. A watercress cataplasm applied cold in a single layer, and with a pinch of salt sprinkled thereupon makes a most useful poultice to heal full scrofulous ulcers, and will also help to resolve glandular swellings. Watercresses squeezed and laid against warts were said by the Saxon leeches to work a certain cure on these excrescences. In France, the watercress is dipped in oil and vinegar to be eaten at table with chicken or a steak. The Englishman takes it at his morning or evening meal with bread and butter, or a dinner and a salad. It loses some of its pungent flavor and of its curative qualities when cultivated, and therefore it is more appetizing and useful when freshly gathered from natural streams. But these streams ought to be free from contamination by sewage matter, or any drainage which might convey the germs of fever, or other blood poisoning, for, as we are admonished, the watercress plant acts as a brush in impure, running brooks to detain around its stalks and leaves any dirty disease, bringing flocculi. Some of our leading druggists now make for medicinal use a liquid extract of the Nasturtium officinale and a spirituous juice of the plant. These preparations are of marked service in scorbutic cases where weakness exists without wasting, and often with spongy gums or some skin eruption. They are best when taken with lemon juice, The leaf of the unwholesome water parsnip, or fool's cress, resembles that of the watercress, and grows near it not infrequently, but the leaves of the true watercress never embrace the stem of the plant, as do the leaf stalks of its injurious imitators. Herrick, the joyous poet of dull Devonshire, dearly loved the watercress and its kindred herbs. He piously and pleasantly made them the subject of a quaint grace before meat. Lord, I confess too, when I dine the pulse's thine, and all those other bits that be, there placed by thee the words. The purslane and the mess of watercress, the true Nasturtium xitropoilum magis, or greater Indian cress, grows and is cultivated in our flower gardens as a brilliant ornamental creeper. It was brought from Peru to France in 1684 and was called La Grande Capucine, whilst the botanical title Tropoiolum, a trophy, was conferred because of its shield, like leaves, and its flowers resembling a golden helmet. An Old English name for the same plant was yellow lark's heels. 2 years later it was introduced into England. This partakes of the sensible and useful qualities of the other cresses. The fresh plant and the dark yellow flowers have an odor like that of the watercress, and its bruised leaves emit a pungent smell. An infusion made with water will bring out the antiscorbutic virtues of the plant, which are specially aromatic and cordial. The flowers make a pretty and palatable addition to salads, and the nuts or capsules, which resemble the cheeses of Malo, are esteemed as a pickle or as a substitute for capers. Invalids have often preferred this plant to the scurvy grass as an antiscorbutic remedy. In the warm summer months, the flowers have been observed about the time of sunset to give out sparks, as of an electrical kind, which were first noticed by a daughter of Linnaeus. The watercress is justly popular with persons who drink freely overnight for its power of dissipating the fumes of the liquor, and of clearing away lethargic inaptitude for work in the morning, also for dispelling the tremors, and the full taste induced by excessive tobacco smoking. Closely allied thereto is another cruciferous plant, the scurvy grass acochlia, named also spoon, wort from its leaves resembling in shape the bowl of an old-fashioned spoon. This is thought to be the famous Herba Britannica of the ancients. Our great navigators have borne testimony to its never-failing use in scurvy. Though often growing many miles from the sea, yet the taste of the herb is always found to be salt. If eaten in its fresh state, as a salad, it is the most effectual of all the antiscorbutic plants, the leaves being admirable also to cure swollen and spongy gums. It grows along the muddy banks of the Avon, likewise in Wales, and is found in Cumberland, more commonly near the coast, and again on the mountains of Scotland. It may be readily cultivated in the garden for medicinal use. The cuckoo flower, or lady's smock from Cardia de Mayo, I strengthen the heart, is another wholesome cress with the same sensible properties as the watercress, only in an inferior degree, while the strong pungency of its flavor prevents it from being equally popular. This plant bears also the names of Lucy Locket and Smell Smocks. In Cornwall, the flowering tops have been employed for the cure of epilepsy throughout several generations with singular success, though the use of the leaves only for this purpose has caused disappointment. From 1 to 3 drams of these flowering tops are to be taken 2 or 3 times a day. By the Reverend Mr. Gregor, and by his descendants, this remedy was given for inveterate epilepsy with much benefit. Lady Holt and her sister Lady Bracebridge of Aston Hall, Warwickshire, were long famous for curing severe cases of the same infirmity by administering this herb. They gave the powdered heads of the flowers, when in full bloom, 12 grains 3 times a day for many weeks together. Sir George Baker in 1760 read a paper before the London College of Physicians on the value of these flowers in convulsive disorders. He related 5 cures of St. Vitus dance, spasmodic convulsions, and spasmodic asthma. Formerly the flowers were admitted into the London Pharmacopoeia. The herb was named Lady's Smock in honor of the Virgin Mary, because it comes first into flower about Lady Day, being abundant with its delicate lilac blossoms in our moist meadows, and Marcia's Lady Smocks, all silver white, do paint the meadows with delight. This plant is also named milkmaids, bread and milk, and mayflower. Gerard says it flowers in April and May, when the cuckoo cloth begin to sing her pleasant notes without stammering. One of his characters is made by the poet laureate, steep for Daniel with leaves of Lady Smock, for they keep strong the heart. And so much, as says William Cole, herbalist, in his Paradise of Plants, 1650, for such plants as cure the scurvy.